Alright everyone, welcome to another stream. Hope you're all doing good this fine New Year's Eve. At the very least it hasn't passed for myself. We'll see how the day goes along, but I've got a few hours before the festivities begin. I am going to be spending actual New Year's just with my family, so we're streaming a bit earlier than usual. But that said, things are complicated because I wasn't planning for this stream at all. I didn't even know this was going to drop. Limbus Company released its newest chapter, and it caught me totally off guard last night. I was just looking at Steam, and suddenly I see, wait, I'm sorry, Season 7's out? I was so not prepared. But nonetheless, we are going to check it out. I'm just not sure what to expect in the slightest. It could go a number of ways, to be quite frank. So with that all said and done, honestly, I think we should just get started. There is one thing I want to announce briefly, just before we get into things, actually. So, I recently, very recently, as of like last night, just finished up getting memberships working. So, the perks aren't too much. I just want to briefly call them out that they exist so people are aware and can get them if they so desire. No pressure either way. I'm not gonna paywall any content or any of that sort. Also, hello Equinox, welcome, welcome. Let me just remind myself what they look like, but they're pretty simple. Let me pull those up so I can talk about them. Brand new, so I don't necessarily remember exactly what I set up for the perks, like the difference between levels. You got Faust Surprise for me if you want to try? I'm not exactly sure what that means. Maybe. I'm not good at this stuff. How do I? Okay, there we go. So at the first tier of membership, we have loyalty badges, emojis, those basic things. And you also get access to just a member shout out during the stream. So if I've set things up correctly, Streamlabs should send out a little notification while I'm streaming that someone has joined the membership, and that'll be your little shout out. It's basically just a way to support things, and once again, you don't have to if you don't want to. And then we also have a second tier, which is basically just if you want early access to content, I'll do the occasional members only stream, stuff like that. And then there's also going to be the occasional poll where I'll put up like 4 games I've been thinking of playing. And then you get to vote on which game gets picked. But only if you're in that tier. That is entirely up to you, but it's just basically a way to help me decide like what you all want to see. So yeah, that's the rough idea. Once again, no pressure to join if you do not want to. But with that all said, I think we should just get into this. I don't want to delay things too much, but I want to make sure people are aware. So with that all in mind, let's get into the Unsevering. I am concerned with the name, but also intrigued. So, ambush in the dark. Oh boy. There is a clue of thread, raveled of a single strand whose beginning is its end. Moments become wefts and warps that crisscross into a weave, and the flow of time spools in a single spot. Go on, read it. Ryoshu? From the echo of your first cry to the whisper of your last breath, in the heart of every moment, my eyes catch a glimpse of you. No, that's not how you read those letters. Oh, Yoshide? That's how you say it. Okay. Ryoshu. Very insistent. It's prettier and easier. Dear lost child of mine, should the way back home elude you, follow the thread back to the very first knot that hurt the most. Where the quivering stops, that is where you will find me. Huh. Today's the day! Today's the day indeed, boss. Are you... Hold. Please don't ask me if I'm nervous. Only ordinary, unremarkable researchers with a particularly low level of confidence in their own material ever get nervous. Your unfinished query has reminded me of the last academic assembly. There was this fellow who simply could not stop their hands from shaking with the frequency of 5 oscillations every 3 seconds, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. What a miserable sight he was. Catch him on chat real quick. Remember the mutated memory passive Ryoshu got in Lei Heng's fight? No, actually, to be honest. I'm not very good at remembering that kind of stuff, sadly. Oh, of course, perhaps the fear that the attendees may not possess the intelligence to comprehend even half of my presentation may be a source of reasonable level of anxiety, potent enough to make legs tremble somewhat, but I have been quite relieved of the concern after you reviewed my materials. If both of you are able to understand it, then the audience should have no problem following the general narrative. At least you won't be dousing the audience chock full of verbal sedative this time. On another note, have you any clue as to why our corporation request for additional research is still pending approval? LCA R&D team has repeatedly denied our request. Apparently, we're to focus solely on our present research. A rather narrow-minded bunch, aren't they? Do we know specifically who denied our requests? The assistant manager who simply could not stop their hands from shaking, even after taking an entire fistful of tranquility boluses. It seems pretty obvious that they're still carrying the grudge from when you scoffed at them. Is that so? Well, they'll have no choice but to approve our request after this presentation. Our present research has already progressed beyond the point of satisfaction, after all. Of course, boss. Of course. This won't do. Though the motivation behind any additional research request was to sate a personal curiosity, I have no doubts in my mind that it will end up benefiting the company's bottom line. Martin, do you have our additional research proposal with you? Even the LCA will have no resource but to approve it once they see the projected gains from its success. Ah, that. I left it back at the research hall. Didn't think we'd need it today. A successful outcome of that research should be able to boost the efficiency of our electrical systems. I'm sure the need for more power is a mutual concern. We already have precious little to spare with how much energy our present research consumes. Yeah, we know. We even had to conduct our experiments in the freezing cold because we rerouted power from the heating system to save electricity. Well, I stayed toasty thanks to my ego gear, but still. Anyway, I'll go grab the proposal. You two should focus on the presentation prep. An interesting start. That's not great. Oh. Okay, hold on. Real quick. Let me just check something, because it should be fine, but I want to be sure. Yeah, okay. Things are fine from the look of it. Cool. Wanted to make sure, I guess. There we go. Yeah, okay, that should fix it. Problem solved. Requesting support. This is LCE Department Corridor YS-4. Requesting immediate support. The situation's a code. Apologies. I didn't wish to so unnecessarily cut him off, but as it seems he passed out, let me be the messenger instead. Though I won't bother with the fancy code speak. The situation here is entirely hopeless. was probably what he wished to say. A few hours later. A good deal of time has passed since we'd said our heartfelt farewells to Jiashun, yet we still remain stuck in Hongwan. You sure we're setting off today? Reckon you got the date wrong? I'm pretty sure I didn't, but even Sod's late, and she was supposed to get Vergilius and Pilot. Right ahead lies the road that leads straight out of Hongwan. Given Sod's memo telling us to drive out of here with the truck, there should be no room for error this time. I sure hope that's the case. When we left Dangwon earlier, the guards at the gate actually asked me what time we'd be coming back. They probably think we've taken up permanent residence here at H-Corp. Not surprising. After saying goodbyes left and right, not to mention 2 farewell banquets, we're still sitting here with our butts without any sign of leaving. Exactly. By now, Verg should have appeared out of nowhere with the usual "time to move on to our next destination, Dante," like he always does. Then Sharon would say, "Off we go, Mephi. Vroom vroom." Been forever since I last heard her. I don't think there was ever a time Vergilius was gone this long. You're not wrong. We haven't seen Vergilius. I don't even know. I don't remember the last time we saw him. It's been that long. The breach of contract may have led to extra workload for him, but even so, his prolonged absence remains unusual. All this just because he went out of his way to help us? Not necessarily. While it's true that the penalty incurred for breaching the contract yet remains, the LCC's operation in H-Corp, which he was assisting with, was immediately concluded following Jiashun's inauguration as family hierarch. I failed to see any other reason apart from that. Vergilius and Sharon would always be away whenever we travel to a new place, but yeah, never for this long. Maybe he's just off doing whatever he usually does when spending time with Sharon? Sharon? I don't know exactly what the pronunciation is. Everyone turned to look at Faust. At this point, there's no information that can be shared regarding Vergilius' absence. Maybe we can ask Vergilius when he gets here? You honestly reckon he'd say a word about where he was? That bloke only ever tells us where to go, not where he's off to. Verily, and never hath he deigned to bring us any of his ice cream trips, save young Karen. Oh, perchance his path is that of a culinary journey to sample the unique specialties of each district. Oh, he's serious for 1 second, lad. This ain't a foodie tour. Aside from guiding our path, it may simply be that Vergilius has a path of his own to walk. Got no idea what his path would even look like. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Vergilius. We know neither the path he's walked, nor the path he seeks to walk. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day. I suppose he's being his usual absentee self, but that doesn't explain why Sod ain't here, does it? We've been late plenty of times, yeah, but it ain't like she has the last to keeping us hanging. It ain't like the last to keep us hanging. I can read, I promise. Adjust the camera a little bit. I feel like I'm a little off-center. Maybe there's been a change of plans? When an operative goes dark without warning, it's usually due to an unforeseen variable, not a change of plans. As if to prove Otis right, someone forcefully yanks the truck's door open. Fantastic! Todd! Oh, what happened to you? Todd stumbled into the truck, short of breath. She was bleeding and covered in wounds, both minor and serious. Her eyes glistened with wild anxiety. Jeez. Are you missing an arm? Oh my. What a start. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. The first thing that caught my attention, however, was the stump right where her left arm should be. into combat from the look of things. Holy smokes. Continuable. I'm not even sure what that means. Yeah, does it say slash will work best? Okay. I guess we'll go in with the usual slash team and... well, we'll see what happens, frankly. Goodness. Prepare for battle immediately. I am no longer able to operate, as you can plainly see. I need your help. Todd collapses to the floor before we could even have the chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her arm. Immediately after rendezvousing with Mr. Virgilius, I was ambushed. And the attackers will be here any minute. Where once her resolve had not faltered even in the face of death, a grave look of despair now filled her eyes. How many hostiles? 2. Okay. That's... While Mr. Virgilius was dealing with one of them, Berg was? Color returned to Radia's face upon hearing Virgilius's name. Well, then maybe Verg's already on his way back after wiping the floor with both of them. I don't think she'd be quite this concerned in that case. Gonna be honest. No, I don't think so. It's Karen. I lost her. They tore off the arm I was holding on to Karen with. I never should have let go. I never should have let that happen. How could it not hold on to young Karen? How? What? Todd grimaced, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual collected self. Did they take Karen hostage? Yes, I could not stop them from taking Karen. What about Pilot? Pilot was heavily wounded, but the last I saw him, he was conscious. We should prepare for battle, now. At least our current objective is clear. Executive Manager, first take out the pursuers, then rescue Karen. While the exact motive of the perpetrator is not yet to be revealed, we may be facing multiple fronts. I briefly picked up a transmission from HQ while running this way and... oh? A sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the truck's silence. What? Ah. Any station, respond. Respond. Todd froze up, staring at the radio's speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place. This is LCB, I read you. What's the situation, over? HQ research facility. Research facility? Under attack! My darling daughter, I hope you've been doing well for yourself out there. But don't you think it's about time you stopped playing and came home? Utter silence descends as the kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate. And it was easy to guess who the daughter was. Spiders have spun their web clock. Web? And it's woven so intricately that there's no way around it. That's when I recalled something Lei Hang had mentioned. The House of Spiders. Thinking back to how intensely Ryoshu had reacted then, do you think these attackers had something to do with that, Lei Hang guy from earlier? Unlikely. He was just one of my many passing tutors. Then who could have... It's the headquarters, for crying out loud! I don't know. The HQ, it's not the kind of place someone could just force their way into. Breaking into a place like that, it's completely unthinkable. What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during a mission. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about that mission in the first place, would come under attack, especially while we were left without a guide? Fine. I didn't expect them to come find me themselves. Once the spiders have spun their web, they tend to wait for prey to stumble into it after all. The plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering to the air. When I looked at Ryoshu's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria. Ryoshu, is this all just some amusing diversion for you? Bod shot an incredulous look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash. Sure is. The long-awaited moment has finally found me. Why wouldn't I be excited? That's just... But don't presume. My excitement for the coming pleasure will not interfere with my effectiveness. I've never once let enjoyment get in the way of taking the job seriously. Whatever, not now. You said the assailants will be here soon. Is the one who took the driver coming too? Karen. If anything happens to Miss Karen, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to face the red gaze. This isn't going anywhere. The spiders won't hurt the driver. He's just their bait to lure us out the bigger prey. So stop panicking and set us up. It's unsightly. What? The back door of this truck cannot connect us directly to HQ research facility right this instant. Wait, it can, but they use the backdoor portal that leads straight to HQ. I need to verify the security code written specifically for each coordinate. It's going to take some time. Give us enough time to deal with your pursuer. Dawn navigated through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm. The sinners all began to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at the ready. So are we sure it's a good idea for us to head to HQ? I feel like we're walking ourselves into a trap here. What if we requested assistance from Dongwan instead? That can be a solution, yes. However, as this concerns HQ, resolving this crisis with the help of a wing, even one whose leader we're on good terms with, will require an enormous favor to be repaid. Your decision, Executive Manager. We'll head straight to HQ Research Facility as soon as Sod opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu's turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time. You know, something interesting I'm noticing so far. Compared to everyone, I don't think we've ever had a sinner be excited about their turn. It's different, to say the least. Better prepare yourselves. What awaits us, without a single shred of doubt, is hell. And there in its depth lies something that has always been waiting for me. Hot strums above us, walking the vehicle's roof. We've been found. Boy, then shouldn't we get out of the truck before it caves in over our heads? No, P-Corp Singularity protects this truck, remember? Something that's supposed to keep whatever's inside safe. Just lie low here until... You sure about that? I could see a teensy crack in the ceiling. A crack? That makes no sense. The ceiling should be elastic enough to bond under most physical impacts, instead of cracking. It's true that the exterior of this vehicle transportation device utilizes P-Corp Singularity. That is why the truck is more spacious inside than it appears from the outside, and has good defenses against external forces. However, unlike the experimental model we boarded in P-Corp, this vehicle appears to be a more affordable model used flexibly as a shuttle for the before team's deployment. That is to say that for a Singularity technology to perform at its competent level, a higher level investment is required. Budget models, even those of Singularities, can still end up being countered. Darn. So they cheapened out. Then the assailant is not one of the nurse feathers from the House of Spiders. If it were one of them, the first shock would have shattered this wall to pieces. I suppose kicking off the top dogs would have made a rather bland story progression. The nurse feathers? Wait, you mean the same people they hang? We'll have time for speculations later. As Executive Manager, the ceiling's about to cave in. Go for the kill the moment they get inside. Speaking of... Hi there. At the ready, men. Wait, don't engage! Though we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside, we had to immediately backtrack on the idea when we saw who he was carrying. Karen! She is only unconscious, but breathing still. I see. You cut Sod's arm off so you could have something to track her down with. And she has gone straight to seek help from her comrades. It was indeed the correct decision for us to wait and see how she'd react. The intruder continued, glancing towards Sod. As if in response to that, Ryoshu placed her hand on her scabbard. Ryoshu? BD-okay. They won't dare hurt the bus driver. So don't make a fuss, Clock. Huh? What do you mean she's okay? Ryoshu! Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and rushed toward the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air. Oh, parried that, did you? Have you no regard for the hostage's life? You won't dare let her die unless you're planning to incur the Red Guide's wrath. Like Ryoshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes, without harming Karen. Just as the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault. I had intended to face you one at a time, as the propriety of an honorable combat dictates, but... Unfortunately, since I cannot let you take her back until my master arrives. The intruder gestured a hand, and strange bizarre things dropped through the ceiling with a thump. I must resort to using some borrowed weapons. Are those distortions or monsters of some kind? No. I think they're people. His master. Regulus is supposed to be handling whoever that is, yeah? The color most illustrious must be deterred from wielding his full might on account of young Karen's capture. Then we rescue Karen and book it to HQ or whatever. That'll let the guide go all out. Yeah, that seems to be the best shot we have at the moment. Still, let's be careful and prioritize Karen's safety above all else. Talk about a strong start! Goodness. Okie dokie, folks. We got some enemies. I seem to be very focused on bleed. That's about all I can really figure out. Okay, odds aren't... Oh! I haven't leveled anyone up! Oh, that's not gonna help. I probably should have done that. I guess we'll see how this goes. I'm an idiot. I forgot the level cap went up. Oy. That's not good. Looks like everyone's won their clashes at least. That's nice. Still, we are at a disadvantage. Probably just offset. Or, okay, I guess you can't offset those. Good to know. But I'm gonna go for favorites where possible. Looks like this is just as likely to work, so I can move that. Opposed. Okay. It's fine! We can do this. And I'll go level up my sinners. Ay, ay, ay. There's 10 of them. Not too many. Let's see. It'll be better, but that's still favored, so I think we could do that. Let's do that so we keep the 3. I'm trying to play this. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's yikes. Simply yikes. Still, it's not the worst thing ever. We're holding out. Not quite enough to stagger, so we are going to take the brunt of that unbreakable set. Still not the worst. Nice. Good job, Hong Lu. You do a lot of damage if you do them right. Yeah, there we go. 45 sanity. Love to see it. That should all be fine. Yeah. At this point, we're kind of just on cleanup. Finish off some of the characters here. Damage is the priority. Gotta end this fast after all. For the sake of the turn count. Oh, it's good to be back on Limbus after so long, honestly. Been like... I forget if it's been a month or two. I feel like it's closer to 2. So overall, things are pretty good. Another one down. Can we kick out this other staggered one? Yes. I didn't see their HP, but yes. Okay, we got a new set, but this is the last of them. Let's finish them off, folks. That should work. Nice, yes. Just gotta finish them off, one by one. It can only last so long, after all. Alright, that one's already pretty low. You know, for as intense as the gameplay feels, it's oddly relaxing. It's not a statement I ever thought I'd say, but nonetheless, I don't know, it just has that feel to it. I don't know. Just a funny little observation, I guess. Nice. Another one down. We got 2 left. What turn are we on? Turn 6. So yeah, we're gonna beat this by a mile. We're fine. Just finish them off. They don't even stand a chance anymore. End it. Like, I have so many attacks coming this one guy's way. There's no way. Problem solved. At least for now. I should probably level my characters up at some point. I'll be watching the recommended level closely. Because I have tickets to level them up. I just wasn't really... Oh, level 58 is the recommended. I should probably go level them up. Actually, before we do that, actually, I do want to kind of... I want to do this, because there is this. I do kind of want to draw. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to do 3 10 pulls, and if we don't get it, I'll just wait for it to appear in the dispenser. Well, that's a good start. Maybe. Maybe. I think we got it. Let's go! That's kind of how I often feel about my luck with these games. Either I get super lucky, or I don't get lucky at all. That's just, it's not really been in between before. Anyway, I already discussed with my brother, who also plays this game, how the new ID works, because frankly, I'm still at reading, and that's not very engaging for stream. Let's go equip the new one, because we want to try them. Looks like primarily slash. I'll at least tie them up to level 3, and then we'll see what level 4 gives us. If it seems worthwhile, I'll switch it over. This looks cool, though. I like it. That said, I kind of like the first picture more, so I might switch it back. I'm not too interested in this, if I'm being honest. I know enough about the index that I feel I wouldn't really get much out of that. So, what does level 4 give? Oh, Clash Power +1 is nice. I will admit. I will admit. Yeah, I think that is worth it. Okay. In that case, we'll go for it. Then we'll level up. Right to level 60. I've been stockpiling. I was ready for when the cap would go up. I just didn't think it was gonna go up already. Let's see. That should do. Not overshooting the number by too much. Well, there we go. So you're level 60 now. Who do you want to prioritize level-wise? Because I only have so many tickets to go around. I don't want to level everybody up right this second. Especially since I don't know what some of the bosses are going to require. So I think actually level 55 worked fine for the first level. It'll probably be fine for a little while. And then when we start hitting roadblocks, I'll level up my characters. I want to be sure we're good to go. Okay, let's move on to the next stage. Oh, we got another enemy coming in. Fantastic. I also don't get to know the effective affinities. How rude. Yeah, I know the current average level isn't great for this, but I can only do so much. To be frank, let me do this. Reorder everything so that things work a bit better. These are shorter battles, so I think you're fine. I know the average level isn't great. We will deal with it. Nope, we're right into it. Ah! You're here! Okay! Is it just you? Seems like it. So we got 3 of these guys. One of you has a flower. Use 5 offense level, huh? What's this do? Take 10% damage from the index unit. Oh, it's from Faust. Gotcha. What are your passives? Because you're a mini-boss. It's important I read your stuff. The Clash of the Yoshi, Clash Power -3. Good to know. Convert the coins on this unit to its attacks to unbreakables. It's a trade-off, certainly. After clashing, inflict 1 the duel escalates against the target this unit clashed against. If a clash against targets with the duel escalates, heal 3 Ooh. So ideally you want to keep clashing with you. Let me think. The max you can do is 15. But you would heal like 45 per duel with someone with all of it. Lovely. Go down at all? Oh no, max 15 sanity. Gotcha. Got it. Okay, so it's not that OP. Good. Still. Fires at turn end if this unit did not clash with Thumb Apprentice Lucio this turn. Okay. Is that a skill? Or is it hard to say? Because it could be one of these hidden skills. I don't know. Oh. Her. Ah. You probably want to clash with different people each turn, because eventually he's just gonna get a bunch of effects for no reason. That's not great. So you probably want us to do... I don't know, even, to be honest. Anyway, offense level +1 for every 3 stacks, max stack 9. Okay. When clashing with the Thumb Apprentice Lucio, clash power -1. Thank you. No. That's you. Yeah, makes sense. So we don't want to do that. Do -20% damage to them. That's just something we have to deal with. Ah, prescript. Okay, what's that? Use a skill marked with Mark of the Prescript or hit a target with a marked skill. Okay. So you want to follow the prescripts if you can. That's just how it is. So I have to use a skill marked with Mark of the Prescript or hit a target marked with it. So either I have to use this or I have to do this. I think we're going to do this to start. Unless that's... Actually, it's favored, so we're actually going to do that. Never mind. Can we use the skill? No, not really. We don't have enough sanity to make it work. Fine, fine. These are not great odds. Nothing for unclash lose, so I don't even know if that's worth clashing with. Neutral. I guess we'll take neutral. Yeah, maybe I should have leveled people. These clashes aren't looking great. But it'll convert them to unbreakables. Probably one of the smaller ones. That's a good one. Not so good. Let's do that. I think that's going to be our best bet, but if things go wrong and it feels too slow, I will go back and just level up my characters, because they're going to need it. Could also probably look at what you're weak to. Oh, is it just slash? Were we good in the first place? Interesting. Okay, good. No. Yeah, I think I need to level up my characters because I can't clash with him. It's just not working. I can clash with the lackeys, but that's about it. Ah, it started good. It started good. Yeah, okay. Fine, fine, fine. I'll go level up my characters. I was saying if I could avoid it. No. That went terribly. Okay, fine. Yeah, we're not overshooting by too much. I think I make it lower though. Yeah, it's better. I do. That works. So yeah, let's just level up these guys real quick, and then we can move back in to try again. Show some rusty. Luckily, I have plenty of tickets, so even if I have to switch up tactics later, this shouldn't be too bad. Okay, everybody leveled. We can actually clash without losing. Fine enough. Almost done. I'm only gonna level up the characters I'm actually using at the moment. I think I'd be a little bit silly to do otherwise. Okay, you're all level 60. There's no excuse now. If I fail, it's on me. No two ways about it. Okay, this should hopefully go better. What's your prescript? Use a skill marked with marking the prescript or hit a target with that. Okay. One scan seems to give a slight advantage to use this one. Let's hit one of the stronger ones. You could take one of the smaller attacks, I guess. That work? Yes, let's do like that. Actually, let's switch that to that and that. That way we can, yeah. Okay, so you're covered. We don't need to do the clashable counter. It's not required. It's not the best odds. Do that because it's better. Ooh, but neither is that. It looks better. 15. Okay, it makes more sense to do that. Okay, off to the races. That's already going way better. Oh, actually winning clashes. Go figure. Nice. Actually won that one. Was worried about it. Go prescript. Got poise and sinking. Yeah, you won that fine. Perfection. That easily. We also got the unbreakables. That's fine. Far from the worst. Alrighty. Good start. Good start. But I like to see. What's the new prescript? Does this use a skill? Hit a target with a skill marked with mark of the prescript. So we have to use the flower one this time. That's it. Okay, let's go. Let's go there. You don't take much damage, honestly, so I think we're safe to also have you attack them. I'll still try and keep damage to a minimum, but... Okay. That's fine. I guess do that. That should be a decent go, unless it's better. Yeah, that's way better. You do that. And then... Yeah, I guess that works. Okay. Well, that's disturbing. Oh, that's not good. You lost. I didn't expect you to lose. Does that mean I failed? Might mean I failed the prescript. I think that's fine to happen once, but you do that too many times. I think that starts giving you disadvantages. I think the second time is when that starts happening. I honestly thought that would be fine, so I'm a little thrown. You're fine. Ryoshu has no issues. Ooh, not quite dead. Close, not quite. Okay, so ideally we're probably going to do people without this turn. So who do we have? Yeah, what's your... I should probably check that. Yeah! Failure to do so is bad. Very, very bad. What is it this turn? Hit a target with a skill marked from my... Okay, same thing. I guess kill the staggered one. Just to make sure to get that off. Not great. It's not great. What's this one? Target fixed! Oh, that changes. Oh. Especially if that's hopeless. But it's really good if we beat it. Trouble is, I don't think we can beat it. That's not great. I don't have any skills here for that. Can't redirect it. It's a... Yeah. We're kind of screwed regardless. Because we're not going to be able to stop it happening. This run might be a bust. I wasn't expecting to already start having issues. To be fair, I wasn't expecting you to lose the last clash, which isn't helping either, because your sanity's lower. But even if I had ego, I don't think it would help. Yeah, you need more blue. We don't have a lot of blue on this team. I think this run's a bust, because this is going to do a lot of damage to multiple characters. And again, you can't kill in this. Not kill, but stagger then maybe there'd be an opportunity, but even then, we're pretty far from the stagger threshold. Please look at your stuff. So far, all this has been normal, and you're just slash weak. So, I don't know. No matter how I look at this, is bad. They at least clash the other stuff, I guess. But this one, we're just screwed. All because it's target fixed. And they had to pick one of my characters who can't roll that high at the moment. Like, if it wasn't target fixed and I could pull out one of my egos, I would do so in a heartbeat. To be fair, I didn't know he was going to do that. Oh, come on. Really? Just so we needed another clash loss. Fantastic. It's not going well. Okay, thank you for at least winning one. That's nice. Not gonna last. But... are you actually gonna expect me to still do a prescript while you're staggered? What am I supposed to do? Oh, and on top of that, because... I don't know, folks. Not looking good. Quite frank, I think we lose. Currently. Kind of just watching the whole thing crumble at this point. We killed some of the lackeys. That's nice. I'm not gonna give up until it's over. You just respawn them? What's the point then? Okay, thank you for not penalizing me while you were staggered. I need this to hit. Cannot not hit. If it doesn't hit, it causes issues. Sure. We'll go with that. Don't want him getting off another attack. Already is looking bad. I'm a little thrown. Because this is like the second level. I'm already having issues. I don't think I'm gonna lose necessarily, but Because we recovered fine enough. I don't know. Zal. Not great. That's good. Just get you to stagger, though, would help. Slowly but surely, one by one. One by one, indeed. That was the crypt demand this turn. New target with a skill. Yep, okay. Oh, that should work, because it doesn't need to be specifically hit a target with a skill marked. Yeah, so just the skill, not the character. Surprisingly, I can do that. Well, then we can hope. Might work. That's not going to work on any of it. Oh no, it's target choking. I do have an ego. I'm not totally hopeless, but oh. I didn't think it would be back to this so soon. To be quite frank. Sure, go for it. At that point, I'm just trying not to lose. Plus, it's slash based, so that's decent. Come on, yes! That is what I like to see. Okay, don't lose to the basic enemies, I beg of you. They're not meant to be the hard parts. Okay, come on, ego. Come on, ego. Yeah, ego. Okay, that should depower it a little bit. Not fully. But yeah, no, that's a lot less powerful when he loses. Good. In that. Yes. No. That did a lot of damage. No. How are you doing? We're closing in on the stagger threshold. Not quite there yet, but nonetheless. I don't think it matters. We have the clashable guards. We can just ignore them for this turn. I think we're gonna try and have. Oh yeah, what's your prescript? Gotta check that every turn. Hit a target with a skill marked with mark of the prescript. Okay. So it's just the skill again. Doesn't really impact much. Let's go like that. I think ideally I want you to get rid of some of that dual escalates. You just don't clash them. That's how that works. If we're gonna attack another one, then again I could just attack the same one. Yes, get rid of this guy. That should work, that should work, that should work. Throw in some more damage while we're at it. Why not? Lost your clashable thing. That helps. Trying to get in some damage so we can hopefully stagger him soon. We might just stagger him this turn. That'd be awesome, because then we could actually start getting rid of him. I think we did. Nice. That is what I like to see. Only have to use the skills, so that's good. Hey, you're staggered. We might be able to take you out this turn. What is our prescript? Get a target with Ego Awakening skill or skill 3. Is your skill 3 is that, so I need to use Ego. You know what? Fine! You want me to use Ego? I'll use Ego. That's fine by me, frankly. Ideally, highly damaging stuff should go to you. And honestly, our priority shouldn't be killing these guys anyway. Weaker stuff, ideally, for these guys. Not so weak that they lose, but I think favored's good enough to call it. The fact that we're using Ego should go a long way for this. At the very least, we should get him low. Might be turning this around. Okay, let's get this Ego off. Can do some good damage. Well, 37 isn't terrible. Oh, I see, because you flee. Okay, that means we got rid of him. I'll take it. He sees the back door side of the truck. Even if the portal opens, we can't. Doesn't change what needs to be done. We take care of him, get the bus early, and head off to HQ. Oh, for fuck's sake. We can't even fight full out. By Ryoshu's assurance, the sinners didn't share confidence that no harm would come to Karen. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Ryoshu was the only one unfazed enough to raise her sword against the assailant in the cramped battlefield. Bothersome little half-wit. Arms straight, I said. How many times? Just how many times must I repeat myself? Oh, stop making a fuss. It couldn't have hurt that much. On your feet, get off your ass. What makes you think you deserve a break? Quit being a whiny little brat and pick up that sword. Flash straight, see? That wasn't so hard, was it? If I ever hear you whining again, I'll rip your hair clean off your head. So get your act together. You're no stranger to this sword style. The Palomeritan style. I have been trained in it well. Did you learn it from Valencina, that booze hound? I must ask you not to insult her with such crude epithet. My master gave me an order when she imparted this style to me. Temper and hone it until the mastery of it becomes indistinguishable from yours. My swordcraft is now on par with that of your past self when you still belonged in the House of Spiders. Learning it without understanding anything, and only obsessively copying me? Wasting time over such mimicry is beyond ridiculous. You're no more than a copycat. Then the angle of the wrist, the distance between the feet, the balance of the sword itself. Every one of these has to be exact because even a single incongruity. Are you actually that incompetent, or do you just enjoy the beating? Maintain your stance. Don't bother your stupid little head trying to be clever and just stick to what you've been taught. Take what you memorized and move. The sooner you become the blade that cuts through all, the better. Only then can I break your form, making your swordsmanship as precarious as the tight rope walk beheaded straight for a fall. You're no different from those wind-up dolls over there. Call me a wind-up doll all you want. It doesn't matter. You likewise are unable to recall and properly wield the Palomerian style, which tells me my usefulness has not yet run its course. I must perfect every form you've been taught, even if I must repeat the same stance as 10,000 times over. If I am to perfectly tailored textbook for you, what if I said I have no need for childish study aids? Your rejection is inconsequential. My role as your textbook has already begun. Then I will illustrate my very own art for you, till you're slashed and cleaved beyond recognition. Damn, my eye's torn up again. Yep, I landed at the right place. That's my ticket, all right. Ah! Hello there. I told you, Lucio. It's been years honing your skills. That still won't be enough to catch up to our Yoshide. The man staggered a little, his head jerking to the side from the impact of the blow. Isn't it obvious now that you've seen it yourself? How sad and pathetic your progress is. This is the problem with greenhorns who haven't had a taste of the war. They don't know what it's like to crawl through the muck and grime of the battlefield where the slightest inattention can get your head blown clean off. When faced with a superior opponent, don't just rely on brawn, but redirect the force of their attack to the side by locking their arc with the tip of your sword. I've said it time and time again. And when you're outnumbered, lower your form and draw wide arcs with your sword. Did you forget everything I drilled into you after shouting myself hoarse? Secure a corner, force them to get you in a single file, because positioning is everything. Didn't I tell you all this before? If Yoshide is to recall even one more lesson from me, the textbook can't afford to have any defects. Forgive me, Master. But you did manage to collect this one as instructed. Maybe you're not as completely useless after all. Hatred thick in her voice, Ryoshu hissed the thumb nurse father under her breath as she shifted a blade drawing stance against the second assailant. Oh boy. Hey, how you been doing, Ticket? Your form's really become a wreck since you were away. Just seeing that sloppy grip makes me sigh. I had to beat that habit out of you back in the day, remember? Still, this reunion's been a long time coming, so I suppose I owe you a bit of a courtesy. You're old enough now to understand what I'm saying without me having to resort to the occasional backhand, aren't you? Ticket. Still intent on calling me that, huh? Clearly, you're still the sad sack of shit I was stuck wallowing in a sick hole of your own making. Did you just call me a sack of shit? You should know your place before barking at your betters. Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called thumb nurse feather snatched Karen into her arms and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Hi, Vergilius! Okay, this will be a sight. Goodness! Alrighty! This is a sight to behold. I like it. Victory! Oh, that felt like barely a victory, to be honest. Manager Dante, it seems that I must apologize for what has happened today. Vergilius, I was stalled by my own personal issues and a certain unresolved business from the past. Verg, you're hurt! They're not from these assailants, so don't worry needlessly. It just so happens that I was involved in a rather troublesome matter prior to encountering them. It's all my fault, Red Gaze. I should have protected her. God's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Vergilius. No, this happened because I couldn't stop him from going after you. And of course, he had to go for your arm. That wound's looking worse by the second. Go get it treated the moment we deal with this situation. I will. Vergilius met the thumb nurse father's gaze head on. The thumb, the finger that makes up for their incompetence with duplicity and cowardice. Only then to hide it behind their mask of honor. You appeared exactly as we received the transmission that the HQ research facility was under attack. And your purpose here must be to stall me by any means, even if you had to resort to an old and tired method like taking a hostage. Yes, you're reacting to this. I nailed it. Cheese your cake. Remember, Ticket? Remember what I told you about when you immodestly stuffed your face with cake and smeared cream all over yourself? Smiling like an idiot in such filth makes me want to smash that cake to the floor. So don't you dare let even a hint of craving for that cake while I'm looking, no matter how sweet and delicious it might be. What did I say, Ticket? What did I say? If you're gonna start trouble, you better not show it on your face, else I'll catch on. Stop screwing around. Tell me straight. Tell me, why are you... No idea what you said there. You know what? Be like that. Keep mum and brood in silence all you want. That, or unreadable? I'll find that, and I'll spit. Or split, rather. You're not getting past me. You think this eye's just for show? Well, Valencia, I don't know how much confidence you're putting in that eyeball, but I doubt you'll stall me for long with that half-functioning relic of yours. A trickle of blood had begun dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye. Ah, this. But she grinned without a care. Oh yeah, it started hurting more and more the closer I got to Ticket. But it's gonna get better. Ticket's about to leave this place, you see. You're not here to kill me, are you? Rude! Have you forgotten all about manners? The Rumen seemed to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed. Continued on. Glad you finally figured that out. Now screw off as soon as that back door opens. The other nurse fathers are waiting for you there, so show some proper manners. Oh, or is that brain of yours too messed up to remember who's who and which is which? Why don't you take me, or rather you take this time to think of what you're gonna say to them? Hey, hold on, if you're gonna let us go anyway, why don't you let Karen? Zip it. The thumb nurse father muttered viciously. I hate presumptuous idiots who don't know their place, butting into conversations. Friends of yours, Ticket? Yeah. That's so. And I don't suppose there's anything wrong with sending them all there. After all, why discourage a swarm of flies from flying straight into the web we've spun? Her eye fixed intently on Virgilius, the thumb nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened the way for us. The back door to HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rest in Karen first, then... Do not hesitate, Dante. That is indeed the path you must bring the sinners to. Virgilius continued coldly, as though he was reading my mind. In fact, you should go through the back door like she says if you want to help Karen. This entire circumstance at the back door has been engineered to hold me, and only me back. And what awaits beyond the back door is what they've orchestrated to summon you and Sinner number 4 there. Correct! I wouldn't want your dash of red to snip our elaborate web to pierces. Portal connection to the HQ almost established. But every firewall protecting connections to the HQ has been bypassed. What? Then it must be via the defenseless back door, or back doors, through which the intruders have broken in. Portal connection to HQ established. Coming with? If Faust goes, I'll be the only one left here who knows how to operate the back door calibrator. I'll stay behind, at least until Mr. Virgilius rescues Karen. Then we'll go on ahead. As always, Ryoshu did not prolong the conversation. He didn't bother to impart even a quick goodbye. As she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor, I gave Saad a nod in her stead. Dante, the fourth sinner's thread is pulled tautly. It is precariously close to snapping, but it is also sharper than any blade. That it might sever all that it comes in contact with. You must remember that. What kind of thread is Virgilius talking about? Snapping? Severing? I wasn't yet sure what exactly it was referring to, but... It won't be severed. Not when the chains bind us together, I replied, absent-mindedly rubbing the area where chains had connected me to the sinners had burst out of. Let us proceed, Dante. With Virgilius's words hanging heavily over us, we made our way to the back door connected to the HQ research facility. There we go. All done. At least mostly. Like we're going to a story level next. Real quick before we do that, I want to check a couple things. Nothing major, just make sure. It's New Year, so I have things on my mind. You know how it is. Alrighty. Cool. I still have time. Story! More story the better, honestly. Means I have to spend less energy. Arriving at the LCE department. Boy, what in the... The sight that greeted us was nothing like what we remembered from our last visit to the regular checkup. Too late. I thought HQ's reinforcements would be holding the line, or at the very least that I'd walk into a battle. Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All you could see were bodies slumped along the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence. This is just awful. I never thought the ship would go down this badly. Faust, have you got any idea how many of the LCE are actually combat ready? The ego gears they wear are researched and extracted with combat purposes in mind. The LCE tends to encounter more combat tryouts, experiments compared to the other research-focused departments. The vast majority of its employees are required to have completed basic training pertaining to the aforementioned. As for the ego equipments, although the current research and extraction process may be sophisticated enough to see some considerable results in combat, it would seem that they were ill-equipped to handle a pre-planned ambush such as this. Fat chance those lab nerds could do anything in a real fight, let alone against the spiders out on the prowl. The memories came flooding back, researchers jotting down our checkup results on piles of paper, and Hohenheim, with his droopy, tired eyes, leafing through the files. We'd barely exchanged goodbyes when we rounded up the burnt-out lab staff, who were already pulling their hair from the sheer level of stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Marceau, if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know ASAP. I've identified 3 bodies in various states that make immediate recognition challenging. However, their stature and attire make it extremely unlikely any of them are Hohenheim. From the looks of it, they probably didn't even get the chance to put up any meaningful resistance before they were killed. With a glum look in her eye, not her, it's not a her, in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies strewn across the floor. Out of 32 bodies, 26 show identical physical trauma. Identical? Every one of them has spiral-shaped perforations at the center of their chest, over where the heart is. Their cause of death seems to be the same type of spiral weapon they're holding in their hands, Manager. These spirals, I think they pulled them out of themselves, but why would... Soft. Yoshu cast her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and contemplative look on her face, I could easily guess she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past, touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture, in search of something that should have been there in her hands. And I've been through enough to know that we would be revisiting that past together. However, what I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I'd seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented, as if a blade had cut up her memories into pieces. You know, that's Quite fitting for Ryoshu. With Ryoshu's memories, something did indeed rest in her palm. However, I couldn't make out whether its hue was closer to black or white. Was it some kind of food? A weapon? Or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it, and the words that slipped from her lips in that moment, they all escaped me. One thing I saw for sure, though, was the person who, in all likelihood, had given it to her, was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling into the air, watching Ryoshu's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back down at the cryptic scenes of Ryoshu's memory that flashed before my eyes. Ryoshu, is there anything you remember? Baru. Pet names, all I can remember. You mean... As you've seen, Clock, my mind has been hacked to tatters. The sequence and the shapes, everything's entangled. There is nothing I can explain about my memory. It seems we've gotten the gist of the situation. The worst case scenario here would be a breach from the outside happening while abnormalities, distortions, and pactula break containment all at once. Whoa, now that's a situation I really don't want to think about. We'd be fighting trespassers and all kinds of monsters broken loose. Precisely. That sums up our present circumstances. Right. Otis wasted no time to deliver the conclusion that it killed everyone's morale. Let's start from the beginning. First, the LCP, not LCB, LCE department found itself under attack by a group of unidentified hostiles 2 hours prior. The weapons used to massacre the researchers are not uniform. The victims appear to have been killed with various assortments of arms. My darling daughter, eyes on me when using straight weapons that leave the farthest reaching arcs. Eyes on me when using weapons that kill with the tiniest incisions. Eyes on me when using flexible weapons that crush anything they make contact with. What a tangled mess. Just like that bastard. Hard to tell what kind of weapons were used here. Damn. Ryoshu whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance. Safe to say that the killer is adept with at least 3 different types of weapons. Moving on. This was a surprise attack carried out without any delay whatsoever, and the LCE had no time to even plan a counterattack. It was, for lack of a better word, massacre. Now here's something that demands our attention. It appears that the invaders had the abnormality containment units opened, only after they confirmed that the surprise attack had been carried out successfully. That sure is fishy. I mean, shouldn't it be the other way around? Unlock the containment units first, let the monsters wreak havoc through the facility, then swoop in during the chaos and finish off the stragglers? That'd be the easier course of action. Indeed, the enemy's strategy is highly unusual. As for why they resorted to such an unusual move, there's 2 plausible explanations. Firstly, that the enemy may be compromised of fighters skilled enough to forego a diversion tactic. You mean there could be more who are as strong as the woman in the truck who kidnapped Karen? Secondly, that the enemy may have purposefully unleashed the abnormalities from the cages as a follow-up measure. Follow-up measure? Art thou implying those villains sought to disguise their vile attack? No, the chance of a cover-up is almost non-existent. Unless they had precise knowledge of scavenger abnormalities that could devour the corpses clean, the enemy would never have left such identifiable wounds on their victims. It makes more sense if their goal was to delay HQ's main reinforcements and keep them from reaching the scene on time as we did. A delay tactic, I see. Maybe they're looking for something? Possibly. They must have had a specific objective in mind when they broke through. which means that whatever they're looking for should be here somewhere. Something elusive and so well hidden that they had to distract us just to buy themselves some time. We need to hurry then. That we do. Alright. Looks like we got a battle, but there's also a red string now. That feels concerning. Oh god, it's Pectula. Honestly, I think we just go for a variety team. Or just the usual, because then we don't have to level them up. You know what, yeah, let's just go for the usual. We can avoid having to deal with levels. Alrighty. Places have seen quite a few better days. Yeah. Either hit the marked target or use the marked skill. Well, we can't clash with the marked target, so we're gonna use the marked skill. Let's do that, because it's favored. I think these ones are smaller, so they should be able to take pretty normal hits. That should work. Yeah, we're fine. There is a counter there. I want to offset that. That and then replace it. Use that to... Never mind. Will not work. Well, in that case, just tank the counter. That is okay with me. I don't mind that, to be honest. That was an odd damage, so it's not really of consequence. We can manage! Alrighty. Oh boy. So far so good though, I will say. We're not in too much danger. Use a skill. That'll meet the prescript requirement. I fear the day I see an and. I don't know if and is possible, but I fear the day I see an and. Use this skill and attack this enemy. Would suck. Okay, use a skill marked with marked prescript. Okay, same idea. Go attack this guy, which we can. Only a favored clash, though. I think it'll be fine, but important to keep in mind at the very least. Only neutral. I'd rather at least favored. Do the other clash. That should work fine. If I do say so myself. Perfect. Yeah, this is looking good. Nothing terrible. At the very least, we haven't lost, so. Who am I to complain? Okay, new prescript. What are we doing? Use a skill or hit. Yep, okay, same idea. He just hit you. That's fine. I don't mind. That because it's a stronger skill. I guess we'll offset if possible. Perfect. Things are looking good, actually. And of course, between this chapter and next chapter, I'll grind up some more XP tickets so we have more options for leveling up. Because right now, I don't want to go through them all. I may have quite a few, but I don't want to lose them. Oh, there's more of them. Good to know. I hadn't really looked, to be honest. That should do it. What's your prescript? Same as always. Let's use the skill, honestly. We can do that to kill you. Overall, we're hacking away at him. I don't think they'll last too much longer. This set, anyway. Which is great, honestly. Would be bad otherwise. Hey. Nice. Got a big one over here. I don't remember if you're new. You feel new. How are we doing on prescripts? Okay, this so far has not changed to my surprise. Okay, I would have used that skill if that case, but too fast. Not a lot I can do about it. We're rolling a 20, so let's use something higher than that. Get rid of you. Do some extra damage to the big guy. Works for me. Honestly, so far so good. I don't know how long this first third of the chapter is going to be, but combat hasn't been too bad. We did have the one level, but we didn't lose. So who am I to complain? Okay, 24. Bad. All right, next area. Not area. Turn. That's the word. Once again, mark skill, I'm guessing. Oh. Why do I have so much of this? I thought I had been. Have I been misreading the prescript? What happened last turn? Hold on, I feel like I'm somehow misunderstanding a character, and that's bad. You should get, yes, you got your attack off. Were you at 15 last turn? No, you were at 10. It's acting like I didn't do it. Did I set you to attack the right one? Yeah, you attacked the flower. What? Okay, maybe I should start treating this as and, because I don't know why that's not working. I think I followed it. I don't. I'm a little confused. I assume that's what this flower is. Yeah. I'm a little lost. Thought I was following it. Pretty well at that. Well, sad now. Don't know. If it goes up again, I have no idea. Like, I did both. I don't know what else you expect from me, Prescript. Okay, I did it. Apparently. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how it works even now. Whatever. I guess we'll deal with it. In the end, it is what it is. Think we're good? Yes. That definitely could have gone better, but if it works, it works. Anyway, looks like it keeps going. Yeah, just more Pectula. We're fine. I need to get better at using Faust, clearly. That's what I'm getting so far. Okay, so who's... you? Alright, so we're gonna kind of just do both. Again, it's been saying or, so I assume or. I'm confused, to be quite honest. I'm gonna kind of try and work around it because I don't know what else to do. Just this way. That should work a bit better. Oh, come on. No! We're meant to lose that? Come on, people. Honestly. It's making my life harder. All right, nice. Good news is it didn't mess up. Okay. There we go. Hit a target with a skill, mark of the freezer. Okay. Honestly, you can usually get by just by doing both. So if I do that every turn, doesn't seem to matter. I don't know. Almost dead, not quite. There we go. Slowly but surely. I mean, it's definitely a lot easier than we had earlier, so I can hardly complain. Give me a nice break. Nice, staggered. Still checking you every turn just to make sure. Here we go. Hit a target with an Ego Awakening skill or skill 3. Well, I don't have a skill. Oh, and I don't have an Ego. Well, Fooey, you're getting punished this turn. I can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, I lack either of those. That's fine. It's just once, so it shouldn't be too bad. Then again, that means hers is probably not going to change. So if it's the same prescript next turn, which I think it will be, not ideal. I don't think I get ego then either. I don't have enough blue. It's the main issue. Same thing. Yeah, it doesn't change until you do it. But I also can't afford ego. What's the cheapest ego I could possibly get? One more gold and one more blue would work. Go for that this turn, then. We need to get that out. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm getting skill 3 anytime soon. Maybe you should save skill 3 then for that prescript. But then again, the ores weren't exactly working for me, so I don't know. The joys of not understanding the new ID fully. Okay. I still think we'll win, it's just annoying. I just can't do anything. I don't have much. I finally got ego, so I can actually meet the prescript, but it took a while. I should change up what ego she has. Maybe a different ego would work better for this, because right now I'm not getting enough resources to maintain a lot of the others. I just need more blue, really. That's the main issue. I guess I could swap in our... What's his name? I forget his name. Hey. Okay. Bamboo-headed Kim. That's his name. I had to remember it. Good job, me. You have the best memory. Which is to say, not at all. Okay. Finally met the prescript. Again? No! What do you want me to do? I can't just spam ego. You're finally gonna offer me skill 3, but what would I need to do it again? I guess Fluid Sack could be good if I get another Gloom and another Envy. So, sure. We have options now. Trying to learn how to play around the character well. I don't think it matters for this battle, but in future battles it'll help. I don't know. We'll see. Yep, you're at 15 now. Lovely. We're definitely using that. Everyone else, just attack, I guess. I don't know. I think this battle's over anyway. I think the biggest takeaway from that is that we need other damage types. Better to swap out the ego for better stuff. I'm still not 100% sure why this wasn't working for you, Faust. The, ores. Like, theoretically, it's saying or means I could do either. So why was it sometimes not working? I'm very confused in that regard. Kind of annoying. Alright, let me change your ego up a bit, because right now it's just not working. I can never get anything out. I have nothing else for that one. What do you need? Green, purple, orange. Orange, green, blue. Problem is I don't have a lot of green either, so I don't think that's gonna help. Again, green. Blue. I have a lot of yellow. That's about it. I don't have a lot of options, sadly. I think at most I could swap in you, but I need to level you up first then. Okay. Not that it matters, because next up is story. But you know. Hello there. As we're battling our way through the escaped Pectula, Gregor came to a sudden stop. Wait, do you fellas hear something? Sounds like breathing. It's faint. I hear it. In this general direction. Rousseau stared at the giant containment chamber door where it lay on the ground. Smashed in. Knocked loose. How likely is it that it might be a Pectulum or an enemy combatant? Unlikely. The breathing is unstable and shallow, like that of a wounded human. Hey Otis, it'd only be right that we try and save them if there's even the smallest chance that they're a survivor, right? I suppose that could leave a not-so-negative impression of us on HQ. We knelt around the fallen door, slipped our fingers around the debris, and lifted. The door rose with a loud, metallic creak. Oh goodness, that's a sight! Underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow. Hey, she was one of Hohenheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup. Alyssa. I'm Alyssa, yeah. I didn't think you'd remember my name. Alyssa slowly shared her name, her voice strained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands, overcome with pain. Okay, Miss Alyssa, are you... Every breath hurts so much. I couldn't call out for help. Reminds me of what Boss used to say. We're not the main characters of the story, so upon the proverbial coin flip, we can only wait to see if it'll land heads or tails. Alyssa let out a brief, dejected chuckle before wincing in pain. Lady, seems to me you're in plenty of pain. This is hardly the time to be joking about. Hold on. This stake. Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallway were holding. What happened here? The alarm system. The alarm didn't go off. Even the smallest accidents or issues trigger the alarm to go off in our department. Boss Hohenheim was adamant about installing that system, said that he didn't want to repeat the fall of Lobotomy Corporation. Pained grimace crept into Alyssa's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just from what she was staked through her chest. The alarm system didn't go off? Not even when the employees realized the facility was under attack? No, it's not supposed to behave that way. It wasn't. We waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down. The lights suddenly died. We thought it was the experiment we were conducting. Boss groused from time to time about how much energy it eats. Damn it, I should have noticed then that something was off. Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint. So I thought I was just a temporary powder outage. No one thought much of it because it didn't trigger the alarm system. Yeah, that's understandable. I was heading to the research hall to retrieve something, and that's when I heard the sound of dress shoes, click-clack, echoing through the dark hallway. Not too slow, not too fast. A relaxed but disciplined gait. No one in our department walks like that. We're always so busy that we always walk in a slight jog. Then, a terrible dying scream followed. Before the massacre began, like a hellish nightmare that just wouldn't end. No one knew what was going on. Help! Who's there? Ah! Ah! All I knew was that I had to run. And something whistled through the wind and felt something hot across my chest. I looked down and saw this thing had pierced me. Then I passed out. When I woke up, someone had forcibly unlocked all the containment units. Abnormalities, peccatula, even distortions running amok. And I was pinned down by a containment unit door that got knocked out of its frame. So you weren't with Hohenheim or the other people when it occurred. Boss. Boss must have been by the conference hall. Could you get the pen and paper from my pocket? Alyssa drew a simple map on the torn piece of paper. I don't know if the others are safe, but follow this map and you should at least be able to see for yourself, or at least get a clue of what happened. There. We get the general idea. Let's have a look around at that, or not around, at that wound. Gregor replied calmly. Bollocks, the wound keeps bleeding. This ain't your usual weaponry. Oi, you recognize this? Heathcliff asked Otis with palpable concern. From the way it looks, the more the victim moves, the deeper it'll drill into their flesh. Perhaps a workshop product designed to stall and take combatants out of commission, rather than kill them outright. If the assailants had the wherewithal to use weapons like this, then they could have very well easily killed the victims then and there too. Was the purpose really just to stall them, or was it some sick fascination? It seems that staying still is what saved your life. That was wise of you. Yeah, I don't know about wise. It hurt too much to even think about moving anyway. Perhaps aught that closes a wound or rapidly heals it would be the remedy, were we to extract the vile weapon. Yeah, you're not gonna walk around with that thing in your chest forever, right? Let's pull it out. Get that wound treated and it's no use. Ryoshu spat out a reply. It's no use? Is it the kind of device that can't physically be removed? No. Pulling it out isn't the hard part. It's just inadvisable. If we force it out of her, then she'll end up like those bodies in the hallway? Yeah, the spiral grows endlessly to reach the other side. But paradoxically, cannot punch through all the way, because it will never arrive at that point. Sweetheart, this is called a spiral. Once it's lodged inside the body, even the slightest of movements will make it burrow deeper into the flesh, forcing the victim to remain perfectly still. It may not sting any worse than a prick of a thorn at first, but the more you try to yank it free, the further it drills into the body. But no matter how much it keeps digging in, it will never make it to the other side. The closer it gets to the end, the slower it becomes. It can never meet its endpoint. You know how to unlock it, yes? I'll give you the something once you return with the job done. Remember, if you try to pull it out without the something, it will tear out everything it tangled itself with as it bored through. So stay put exactly as you are if you want to live. All I could see were these fragments of her memories, its remnants. If you try and pull it out without the something, if you try and pull it out without the matching something, then once again, I recalled Ryoshu's shattered memories, with the distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface. Scenes from her mutilated memories. As it was generally the case, I didn't know exactly how I did it. It just came naturally to me at the moment I wished for it to happen. See anything, Clock? Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers, like a password? To resolve the spiral's paradox, you need to find the correct pair. If you try and pull it out without a matching number, then sword in the scabbard, yin and yang, past and the future, me and you, everything, regrettably, is paired together with an awfully stubborn connection. Do you understand what it means to die? What it means to sever something? For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face. White hair. You speak. Spiral can be disabled. It must have something to do with numbers, like the clock said. But I don't exactly remember what it needs. Know something about the spiral-shaped weapon called the Tortoise Spiral? It seems that you've come to understand, if only marginally, how Faust is to be used. As I have visually observed the device, and Ryoshu has provided certain keywords to narrow the results, Faust can see... Words. Faust can now know. Did you say how you're to be used? Ignoring the curious looks from the sinners, Faust carefully walks up to the body and unclasps the spiral from their hands. Zenon's tortoise spiral is what Faust calls the device. After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch. It is a lock. The spiral requires a 7-digit combination to release. Also, the spiral's infinitely burrowing nature, despite its inability to ever penetrate the heart, explains why Miss Alyssa's bleeding will not stop. If it's locked, can't we use a fairy to open it? Fairy? She speaks of F-Corp's singularity. If the spiral is locked, as you say, then would not a technology to unlock anything make for the perfect countermeasure? Theoretically, a fairy should indeed be able to unlock it, however, what must first be considered is the value of the technology applied to this spiral weaponry. Then only an expensive fairy would guarantee a successful outcome, which would be hard to come by at this immediate moment. Ryoshu and the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force a 7-digit lock. This probably won't work, but can't we just start from 0 and go from there? As it is the case with most locks, a certain number of incorrect attempts would... point taken. It's death, innit? Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. That's honestly what I'd like to ask. But there might be survivors by the lab. You know, our boss, he won't go down that easily. Just go help them instead. But if we leave you like this... Well, this isn't the worst way to go. This way, at least, I won't be going into some trivia book of stupid deaths like 100 Dumbest Researcher Deaths. Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness, even in situations like these. But it was clearly taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced the painful silence. We shall return to thy side, young Alyssa. What? I give thee my word. So, hide as best thou canst when enemies approach. Thou mustn't yield now, I beseech thee. You better listen to the lass. She ain't one for empty platitudes. Yeah, okay, I won't give up. Thank you. E-485. Ryoshu quietly muttered to herself. Clock. Ever play a game of escape room? What? This is very much like a game of escape room. To find the solution, you begin by gathering the clues. A game, huh? You want to save that researcher, don't you? Then you'll need a serial number on that spiral. Every step we took away from Melissa as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure we could save her life. Shadows beset the path ahead. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Looks like we got another battle coming up. I can only... Oh, that's concerning! 15 turns! Ah! No! No, 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 no. This is gonna be bad. Let's throw in you, because you have more blue. That should hopefully help a little bit. Because then I can get some of the earlier egos out. Ishmael, who'd been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stopped in her tracks. Ishmael? What's the matter? Something about this seems off. I don't suppose Ishi would ever read a map wrong. What's the matter? Yeah, we're heading the right way, but the thing is, it just seems too easy. What's wrong with that? Think back to the path we took to get here. Every other route was crammed with all kinds of obstacles to discourage us from taking a detour. The corridor to the left leading to the welfare department was closed off, and the one to the right leading to the facility management room was blocked with debris. It's as if they're corralling us down this route. I can't shake off the feeling that we're chasing after bait hooked on a fishing line. Well, can't say we've much of an alternative, eh? Bit dodgy, yeah, but nothing we can do about it. Would be wise to stand wary. Hang on, Fow, check this out. These are the traces of escaped abnormality. Also known as Bay Lantern, I think? We have encountered this abnormality more than once in the mirror dungeons. Oh, that tree thing. So this one's the original? I don't think Fey Lanterns were the only abnormality that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. If they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, that'll be real trouble. Oh, okay. Great. Just great. Hi again, it's you. Well, you're not following the pre-script, that's for sure. Hopefully it's fine, because you're entranced. I can't really do much. Yeah, that's how this thing works. If I recall... Let me refresh myself on this gimmick, but I'm pretty sure I get it. Yeah, so you need to do enough damage to it. Yeah. We want to deal as much damage as we can. What's this thing's weakness? Oh, I don't even get to know? That's annoying. Well, let's get into it. If you don't do that, it just attacks them all. No. Just no. I'd rather not. Actually, just damage. Whatever does more damage, go for it. That's what we need at the moment. These are not good rolls. Yeah, there's something. There we go. Daggered. And the fairy's broken. Nice. Oh, come on! I couldn't do anything that turn. That's annoying. They're fine. If I care. Got a lot, it looks like. That one we definitely want to get rid of. Let's do that. Let's do this. Fortunately, we're not going to be able to beat every single clash here. There's a lot of neutrals, so I'm expecting some of these to not work. Nice! Good job, Faust. I was hoping, but no dice. Well, roll heads, people. It's not that hard. Honestly. So much going on, man. So much. Nice. We need more sanity. That's the important thing. I forget if the fairy comes back after just one turn. Or how long it takes. Oh, well, they're staggered, so regardless, we're okay. Right, so that should be simple. Go like so. Use the normal skills. Get that in place. And just go for it. Nothing wrong so far. Nice. Now Hong Lu can do all the more damage. Love to see. Got close to its next stagger threshold, but not quite. That's ideal. Fairy's back. Fairy is back, but you can actually do it this time. Hooray. Yeah, I guess go for it. Let's go, everybody. Oh man, I wasn't expecting to see fairy thing again, but here we are. Oh, okay. Hang on, what's with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity we ran into in the mirror dungeon. Or to delve deeper, it appears the mirror was the one we encountered in the Refraction Railway. While Hohenheim does harbor some interest in this subject, he is not great enough a genius to turn that curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibly be happening? Hold on, someone left this here. Seems to be a torn page of a note. Covered in fluorescent paint, so it'd be easier to spot. Whoever left it here couldn't have known we were coming. Possible it was a note meant for survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation record irregularities written by Moses, LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader. The entity abruptly escaped its containment unit during the assault. Readers of this note should be warned that this entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. Okay. When a high number of employees within the research facility were killed, the Fey Lantern breached containment. Under LCE's abnormality control protocols, such an escape is known to occur when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits an attunement level exceeding 75% with LCE Ego Fey Lantern, or when the outcome of the managerial work is determined to be above very good. The Fey Lantern, whose escape was triggered by deaths around it, has deviated from this expected behavior pattern of preying on charmed victims one by one, and instead has begun consuming multiple targets at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. After Ezra destroyed After Ezra destroyed the luring unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy, the LCB observation log, the Fey Lantern's aggressiveness significantly increased. At that point, Ezra was no longer affected by its charm. Based on these observations, I was able to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observes the Blue Fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence, as this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it. Information may not be much use to most researchers, however it shall be of note if it is consulted should the need arise. Addendum: when Fey Lantern identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them, yet due to limited sample size, further confirmation will be necessary. That's quite a bit of useful tips. Well, I think we got a rough idea on how to deal with it. All right, let's refer to his record for intel and try suppressing it again. All right, then. We got some details. I mean, it doesn't seem too hard. At this point, we're kind of just going for it. I think we could maybe kill it this turn, honestly, or at least break the body, which will massively increase our damage. What's your prescript this turn? I think you have one. Eliminate all enemies before the next prescript arrives. Yeah, they just get harder and harder, man. So what I do doesn't matter. Technically, there'll be more damage. Let's see, when is more damage? Okay. We got a lot of favorites. Neutral. But it's all neutral, so not a lot I can do. Same there. That's favored. Dominating. Actually, probably swap that over to that. Alright, that is as good as we're gonna get. Let's do this. Should stagger pretty quickly. You know, unless that happens. Goodness. Oh, come on, please! Really? Come on! You had one job. Okay, 139 left of body. 58. Not fine. So let's stagger it so we can see what we can do. Let's do... we'll do more damage. We're gonna try and kill it at the very least. We'll see. We will see. It's possible. That'd be great. At the very least, the body's broken now, so we can do some significant damage. Nice. That way we won't have to worry about his gimmick. It may well be normal Fey Lantern for us. Bye-bye! Because we never had to experience the third version. Who cares? Ay, ay, ay. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. Good job, everybody. Wayward. Okay, another 15 turn level. Let's have a look. This is curious, but I kind of like it. Oh, hi! Okay. It should be ore again, but I still don't trust it. We're gonna go. Struggling isn't ideal. What's that? Right, so we just started and things are already looking dicier than I would like. It kind of works. So we can get some more sanity. Inevitably, it's going to use his counters. We know that much. That is obvious. But I wonder if you're going to have a difference too. I imagine so. That seemed like where we were going with this. I don't know though. Time will tell. In the end, just gotta do our best. Prescript seems like it already went off. Alright, there we go. Portals. Poisonous dimension. I just find it funny as a name. Okay. So this part, you would just basically want to break portals. It's not much to say, honestly. That said, I can only break so many. Let's just go for what we can. Okay, one down. That one didn't break. I was hoping you'd roll higher. That didn't go well. Okay, maybe I should have just focused down more of them because that didn't go well. Only one portal broken. Okay, we have one more turn to break some of them. Let's see what we can do. These are clashable, you know? This one's gonna require the least damage, I think. So we'll go for some weaker stuff. And again, who knows? For more damage to these two. Alright, go for it. Yeah, I was hoping. No dice. One down. Two to go. Two down. One to go. Now will this one break? Nice. Hello again. Got more sanity to work with, at the very least. That should be fine. Is it one part that has it, or is it... Oh, I specifically need to attack the left blade. Okay. Glad I checked. Oh, really? None? Only at least one. You know what? Sure. Do some big damage. Why not? Or I could split. No, do it. Do it. Should be fine. Oh, really? Not thrilled by all these random clash losses. Like, I go for favorites for a reason. Not just for funsies. Anyway, that's what I was hoping for. How do you feel about having your bones claimed? Good damage, I would say. My main concern is that he'd flee back through a portal, but I'm hoping we might be able to stagger him. And then again, I don't think that's fairly required. Portals? No, you're doing a big skill. Okay. I honestly wasn't sure you even had one, since I wouldn't expect you to go back to normal. Oh, that said, you should be very easily able to beat that. Throw out an ego real quick. Easy. Free script. Wait, which arm? The right blade. Alright, never mind. Attack this one, apparently. I have to. Keep track of which is which, man. Anyway, just win. Or was that even a clash? I didn't reset it for clashing, did I? I don't think I did. Well, that's a mistake. That might cost us, we'll see. we win anyway. Good. Still take some damage, but not nearly as much. Especially for having attacked so many people at once. That was not a lot. What's the prescript? Oh, we're at that point. Okay. Ego or max skills, huh? Well, I tell you what, thing. We're not gonna be able to do one of those. Open it again. Rude. Some of my skills just not work. Because I can't hit you. Rude, sir. Very rude. Ooh, even that's struggling. Maybe we don't attack that one. We just go for the stagger. We might be close. Yeah. Let's just go for a stagger, I'm thinking. And who else was? I mean, we have ego, we might as well use it. Go! Still staggered her. Still, that'll give some sanity. That's something. Okay, that's fine. Not ideal, but fine. Staggered the other arm. Nice. Decent. We'll take it. You know, I wasn't expecting to have to fight you again, I'll be honest. Been a pleasant surprise. I think I'd rather make sure one arm gets broken than risk going for both. That said, I'll leave one because it should not take more than 5 skills to break an arm. Yeah, okay, I might have overdone it. Still do some damage, but you know, it was a bit unnecessary. But it is what it is. At this point, just finish him off. Barely standing. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. We're doing well. Okay, we're still going. It's just all the abnormalities, I guess. What's next? I don't doubt. Oh, it's just you. Oh, you're fine. You're an easy one, if anything. Go, I guess. Bad start. I already have one person who can't attack the boss. Lovely. That's the best odds I can get. Why are you all rolling 2s, man? Oh. Why? So far I'm not feeling good about this because half my people can't attack the boss. Yeah, this is gonna get more sanity. We're still gonna go for it. Might as well. It is interesting seeing some of these again. We'll be clear. British good is not changed. Yeah, I'd really like it if I could just use as a specifically the fruit. Okay, we're gonna attack the fruit. We're gonna go for the ore. If it still doesn't work, I'm going to be mad. There should still be ore. We're early on. Yes. What are you even doing? We're already on them. A lot of these classes are not great. Not happy seeing these. If some of my characters could roll higher, that'd be great. As it stands, I can't do much. That's nice. Good clash. Okay, one in the end. More wins we get, the better. I don't recall anything too special about her. To be quite blunt. Don't know though. I don't know. Honestly, I'm fairly low energy at this point. Oh. You didn't get it because you didn't even get to attack. That makes sense. But this just is not going well. How higher level are you? 58. We're higher level than you. How? What are these rolls? Speed sucks too. Not even more so because of bind. This might be one we just reset. We need better speed at the start, otherwise this is just going nowhere. I forget if we had bind right off the bat though. I guess we'll have to see. Oh, that's why. That's not ideal. All this bind is making it so it's really hard for me to actually use anything. Goodness, you're an annoying boss. Attack in the first place, so go for the fruit, I guess. We really just need a good start. If we can't get a good speed, we can at least get a good start. Fingers crossed. Time will tell in the end, I guess. As always. Okay, you won in the end. Good. Peak sanity. Got a lot of attack. I should probably read your passage. I just haven't been bothering. I'm probably missing something. If the unit has roots, gain 1 the audacity after the fruit part is hit. For audacity, the skill... Oh, I see. The unit doesn't have fruit, neither gain nor lose the audacity. Fruit part gets broken, lose the audacity. Literally can't. Lovely. Or that. You're too fast! Come on! can't use half my people because you're just too slow. What level is your thing too? I'm gonna deal with this, but it rolls 22. Not a lot that can roll 22. That's also fast enough, I should clarify. I mean ego. I think we're gonna have to hope. That's a miracle. This one's kind of hard. What you wouldn't expect. She's normally so simple. But it's just not working today. For me, at least. I'm trying to think of ways to go about this, but I'm drawing a blank. Again? What's the lowest? Probably try and break the fruit. Turn. Anyone who isn't attacking clashes. Struggling, great. Love it. If we can just break it, I think we'd be in a better spot, but I don't know. That's good. Broke something. Take it. We break the fruit at least? Yes. Good. I hate how much final skill power you have. What? The roots part gains 3 attack power up for every unbroken arm part. Not gain this effect if roots are broken. So the roots would be the next priority. Ah. Doesn't deal damage. Things like that. And doesn't activate rupture if we can destroy it, or rather win. Right. Slowness still, right. Of course yours isn't good. We have no sanity. Problem. Does ego work? Yes. Just do that so we can guarantee the win. Oh. Pain. just need sanity, man. Can you give me that? Jeez, this is... Went from the easiest one to the hardest one. How'd that happen? I mean, it doesn't help that my characters are losing clashes they realistically shouldn't be, but... Come on! Okay, the roots are taking hits. Please script that. 6. Yep, we need ego or skill 3s. We're at that point. I think genuinely we need to destroy the roots. 6 attack power up is ridiculous. Attack stuff, you're not gonna win some of these anyway. We just need to get rid of the roots. At this point, that is the priority. Yes! Not yes. Okay. No more roots. Left arm's almost broken, right arm is kind of. I don't want to deal damage, but I also don't want to play too riskily. Regardless, she's should be less powerful now. The rolls still seem a bit massive. I feel like I've accomplished nothing. Like, what? What do you mean you're still rolling 19? Absurd. That one I have to deal with. That's a multi-hit. I can't let that go off. Or can I let that go off? This is not good. This is really not good. Oh, you died of bleed. Oh, why do we have so much? Oh. We're gonna lose. This is terrible. I have no control over them this turn, so just go for it, I guess. This thing is ridiculous! Like, half this stuff is really hard to outroll, man! That's even after I took out the roots! But even then, I don't think this is going to do anything, because now you just get a bunch of attacks off. Shocking. Yeah. 40 lunacy to continue the battle. Oh, that's what that means. No, I'm gonna forfeit. I'm gonna figure out a setup that actually works. God, that's difficult. Compared to the other two, that's a massive difficulty spike. Holy smokes. Okay. But I know much. You're weak to blunt on the fruit. Everything else is slash fatal. Pride seems like the most effective affinity. Flash blue is good. Let me change up the team a bit. So we're gonna bring in W Corprioshu. W Corprioshu is good. You're already slash blue, that makes sense. I think at this point I just need high rollers in general. So much of that came down to I just could not win clashes. I don't think you've been doing all that good, to be honest, Sinclair. That ID. I'm gonna take you off in favor of this character. You're fine. I'm gonna place you, have you. I'm kind of just working off, at this point, what could work. I think we're gonna go with this. And try again. At the very least, it shouldn't go worse. Got some high rollers in here, so... You know! These don't go terrible. I don't know, man. What are these speeds? Oy. Most of them are usable. Ah, lovely. Neutral regardless. The odds are slightly better if I use that though. The fact that that's struggling is just scary. Oh, because you have your arms. Okay. Oh, okay. I was about to say, and it didn't even matter. The last second you made it matter. Giving me this skill. I don't want this skill. This skill sucks. Please. Hate that I'm using that already. Not that I can do about it. At least I rolled heads. Okay. Most I can do is hope at this point. Hope and pray. This boss is not getting any easier. I will say this is going already a lot better. Higher rollers is definitely the way to go. Of course. Work. Got an ego. Whatever it takes, really. Nice. Fruits are almost down for the count. Very nearly. Okay, what are we on with your prescripts? Yeah, we just gotta use the aforementioned skill. That's fine. Break the roots. That's helpful. Do some damage to this. You're not able to clash. That's my idea. Do like that. Should work. So that clash goes off without a hitch. I'll break the stem. Okay, roots are broken. They're staggered. Defending. Okay, so let's take full advantage of the stagger at the very least. Just makes sense. I think we're gonna go like this. You just evade so we don't waste ammo. Actually, we do too much damage to the stem. We're probably gonna get cut off damage-wise. Well, actually, we're going to move some of this over to... At worst, I think we're fine. We have some pretty damaging stuff in there. Okay, fruit broken. Right stem's already almost gone. Yep, there we go. Figured we get cut off. I was right! Get her. This went a lot better. I guess that's what happens when you design a team around the given boss. How did I use red? What universe was that better? But I think we have it at this point. Gotta just deal with the fruit. Should I even bother? Just break the fruit and it won't go off. I don't think it matters. I mean, I'll save some toward the end just to be sure, but there you go. See if I even have to clash it. This went way, way more smoothly. Nice. Down for the count. That is what I like to see. Took long enough, that's for sure. We finally made it to the next story stage, man. Jeez. That was a lot. Let me drink some water. Okie dokie, folks. I think it's this way. This is the only area with lights on. It says broadcast sector. Can someone tell me coming here was the right decision? All the other routes were blocked off, save for the one leading to this sector. Looks like we'd have ended up here one way or another. Hard to see anything when it's this dark, though. With most of the power down, the doors shouldn't be locked. Stop. Take another step closer, and you'll be forcing our hand. A familiar voice boomed from the loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning. This entire area is laden with security landmines. Even if you somehow manage to get past the minefield, you'll still have to face the rest of us. I'm warning you. Every one of us here is combat ready. And if you think you're stronger than us, we have self-destructed devices. Bombs filled with super mini saw teeth shrapnel. Hold on a sec. What's this supposed to say? The heck? I thought my handwriting was bad. Oh, here. Throwing this bomb will result in an explosion that covers a 100-meter radius zone from the detonation point. Hey, that's a taboo violation, you know? At least try to come up with something that's actually convincing. But anyways, turn around and walk away right now or we're gonna bury you all under this facility. We can hear everything, you know. It is highly probable that the bomb is a bluff. Any bomb that falls under the category of explosives must be planted on a subject or surface per the rules set by the head. So that bows to the blast beggar's belief. Such a wide radius is sure to break a bounty of bands and bounds. Sure, but I wasn't bluffing about the landmines. Take one more step forward and bolts of overcharged electricity will make barbecue out of you. As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it also became more familiar. I was pretty sure I'd heard it somewhere before. According to Alyssa, Hohenheim should be around here somewhere. Wait, did you just say Alyssa? That voice. Seems we are not mistaken. Now I certainly recognize this voice. That voice I would rather not welcome tells me that these individuals are good to be let through. That voice Faust would rather not welcome tells Faust that these individuals are good to be approached. A heavy thunk, and then doors to the broadcast sector inched open. Before we could take a proper look at the people holed up within. Well, you guys! You should have told us sooner! Remember me? Oh, it's Miss Ezra! We came face to face with Ezra, who'd video called us with a plethora of information on blood fiends prior to our mission in La Mancha Land. Heard you saved the day in La Mancha Land. And all thanks to yours truly, I bet. So, care to tell me which one's the blood fiend extraordinaire on your team? Huh? What? Oh, well that's... why don't we skip the pleasantries for now, Ezra? The next person to show up was Moses. I saw her in the video call too. Team leader at LCB, if memory serves right. Were you the ones who threatened us with that nonsense about bombs, Ezra? I mean, what other choice did I have? We were starting to believe that we were the only survivors out here. And then bam, dozens or so footsteps rushing into this sector out of nowhere. We couldn't check who you guys were because the screens are all busted. Ezra gestured toward a blank surveillance screen in the broadcast sector with her chin. For your information, Mr. Genius over there is trying to fix the security cameras. He said it's going to take a while with the power outage though. I didn't expect our paths to cross again for anything good, but I certainly never pictured it would be happening like this. Underneath the array of monitors Ezra pointed at, we found Hohenheim, looking even more haggard than we remembered. He gave us a faint, unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with a tangle of power circuits. Hello, I'm relieved to see that there aren't any injured among you. Martin stepped forth and offered us a greeting Hohenheim chose to skip. In any case, you say it was Alyssa who let you know of our location? She's not with you, she must be either gravely wounded or already dead. She's badly hurt, yeah, but we're searching for ways to help her. Ishmael gave Hohenheim a balanced look, as though she were taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his subordinate's fate. Searching, Talk as if you're playing a game of scavenger hunt. It might have been better to end her misery then and there. Hohenheim! Buddy! What? Haven't you seen how we handle things? She's still got a shot, so don't be quick to throw in the towel. Please don't misunderstand. Some of these assailants, they seem to enjoy torturing their victims. That's what's keeping the boss on edge. Boss and I were near the laboratory when the attack started. There weren't many employees around, so the broadcast sector happened to be close by. Probably the only reason we were able to find cover here in one piece. Barely, young Alyssa shall persevere steadfastly. We have vowed to return and deliver her from death. Thank you. I'm sure Alyssa is hanging on to your promise. Sorry to break up the touching moment, but if you're here, that color fixer should be on his way too, right? Where the heck is he now? I wonder if he's already off to find the attackers. Ezra. Moses, who had been staring at Otis since we came in, turned her gaze toward Ezra. Team leader, if we can regroup with the Red Gaze, I think we have more than enough fighting chance without our baby bee. Yes, but it would seem that the Red Gaze is not here with them. The look on their faces is enough to confirm that. What the heck are you Pete's doing here without him? Ezra's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Virgilius wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like that of a host shrieking at an uninvited guest barging into their home. It's not like we came here on our own because we wanted to. Guide buds held up by an assailant. Ryoshu says she's called the Thumb Nurse Father from the House of Spiders. And probably a tough adversary too, just like those who are assaulting the facility. Her combat prowess is not to be underestimated. How is she compared to your Yalos of the Argos unit? Around the same level, I would say. Wait, if you know those names, that means... Moses didn't grace Otis with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie, and soon returned to the subject at hand as if she were done sorting out her thoughts. Karen, is she taken hostage? Huh? How do you know that? You mentioned the attacker in the singular. Perhaps just a slip of the tongue, but I suspect it was a single enemy, if not a small number. Furthermore, despite coming here without the bus driver, none of you seem particularly convinced that the Red Gaze would be able to quickly dispatch the assailant and join you. Give it to our team leader. Just one look is enough for her to figure it all out. Anywho, did you happen to encounter anyone on your way here? Just some Pictula and mannequins. Wait a minute, what? Don't we get to ask the questions? Ishmael barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amidst the barrage of questions. You're both from LCD. What are you doing here in HQ where the LCE is? Well, about that. The LCE was supposed to make an important progress report today. Apparently, it's a really important presentation, too. We've been receiving bazillions of reminders about how it's a mandatory attendance event and everything. Right, team leader? Feels like everyone's overlooking just how really important our department is. Sorry to borrow your wording, but it is indeed a really important presentation. Yeah, for you maybe, but my department is also really... Hang on. I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now. The presentation did not happen. As such, we are unable to assess its importance at the moment. Whatever is the case, the event is required us LCB members to be present here at the LCE department. And there's one more thing. Allow me to introduce the newest addition to the LCD. Yeah, our team has grown in size. Take that. I was told you'd met before. A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side. Someone we didn't expect to encounter here, of all places. Oh! I remember you vaguely, at the very least. Hi. I regret that we must meet in the midst of such plight such as this. I trust you've been well? Miss Engdu, it's been too long. Is Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim still in recovery? My mentor's flesh has long since healed, but it will take some time before his mind regains its former tranquility. However long the wait, endure it I must. I have faith that he will recover in due time. Until then, in silence shall I atone for the transgression I have committed. Engdu appeared to be referring to how she ran Bamboo-Hatted Kim through with her sword under the monolith's distorting influence. Still, I'm just glad you appear to be adjusting well to life at the LCD. My voice. Having issues. Sinclair caught a shadow flickering across Engdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood. I would say I was taken in, but I'm deeply grateful regardless. My mentor and I have nowhere left to call home. But someday, we will. Return to S-Corp together. Looks like she's trying her best to fit in too. It's always hard to get settled in no matter where you start from. Now that we've all grown acquainted with one another, let us move on to the issue at hand. Alrighty then. 11-12. I can't imagine there's too much left, is the thing. Because I think most chapters in the past, let me double check real quick. So let's go Canto 8, the most recent one. That was only 33 stages, including story ones. So if I had to guess, we have to be coming up on the end soon. Because only a third of this is out right now. Can only go so far. Let's keep going. First order of business is intelligence sharing and deductive reasoning based on the available information. My team and I were attacked in the hallway connected to the conference hall. Right? That guy was, I'll be straight with you guys, super duper strong. I would have stood my ground if only Hornet, dumbass, were here. By Hornet, are you referring to the junior of our team? But he's really strong. He's so strong that, I've got it. There was this time when I, what was it again? Some kind of pastry, I think? Anywho, I got me some bread to snack on later, and in that split second, my back was turned. Hornet swiped it right off my plate. I won't lie to you, this sounds very unrelated to how strong they are. I got so mad that I punched him right in the solar plexus to get him to cough it up, and he just went oof and swallowed my bread anyway. Like, does that make any sense to you guys? Yeah, okay, I guess that makes him strong. Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed the only way to get an objective measure of Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well. So, what's this Hornet up to now? Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop out of a hidden hiding spot or something in the broadcast sector. Oh, you're going to lose your mind when you hear this. Listen up, what he's... Not yet, Ezra. Up to is a secret. It's, classified stuff. Ezra trailed off awkwardly. I tend to analyze my enemies with observation and deduction. I try to identify their unique colors, the kinds of weapons they use, their methodologies, whether they enjoy the slaughter or avoid it, their attitudes toward battle, all of it. Once I have that, I can get an idea of when to begin my counterattack, or what kind of weaknesses of theirs I can exploit. And that's how I've usually opened my path forward. But he Moses inhaled sharply as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment. It was chaotic. I could not identify a single pattern in his behavior. He is an empty shell. His act of killing lacks any emotional touch. Is that why you couldn't get a read on him? On the other hand, you appear so clearly to me. You seem so anxious to cut something down. Is that correct? You're broken, shattered, but every shard is keen and transparent, like a hail of small blades. A glass-like sword of many edges, so fragile with its futile wish to sever away what cannot be severed. What is it that you grasp so tightly in that sacred hand of yours? Or scarred, rather. What are you peeking into? Hey, don't talk to our team leader like... Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in front and changed the subject. To add to that, Martin and I were here in the laboratory when it occurred. At first, it began with the sound of rushing wind, something large and heavy clattering through the air. The kind of sound one would never come to expect from a department like ours, so full of delicate machinery and containment units. It happened right before my eyes. Something snapped the employee who was walking only a step ahead of me in half. And the first thing that came to mind was this. Did an abnormality breach containment? But if such were the case, the alarm should have gone off. So far, this tracks with what Miss Alyssa told us. She said there wasn't any warning at all before the attack. Once I got a better look at what it was, I realized that it was neither abnormality, peccatulum, nor distortion. It was a massive scabbard. When I looked toward where the scabbard came from, there stood a man who presumably threw the weapon, reading a book like he was on a stroll. And the book was... Matthias. He must have been reading his book of vengeance. Oh. So that's, First the thumb, now the middle. Exactly. I stared at him, still processing what had just happened, and Boss grabbed my arm and started running. I couldn't look back. I heard screaming from dozens of people, but... You seem to be fond of recounting unnecessary details. Only after arriving here did the broadcast sector did I remember that Alyssa was still out there. When one life's at risk, the brain instinctively reduces the processing of information to the bare minimum required for survival. It is only natural. But it was the last person who handled the research proposal, boss. Alyssa should have been at the conference hall too, with us. Hey, listen, if you want to look back and nitpick at literally every little thing you did in the past, we're gonna be here forever. I know it might sound like a bit of an empty platitude, but focus on what we can do right now. What we're going to be doing moving forward, okay? We'll have time for regrets later. I suppose so. You did save my boss once, so I guess it's only right that I should have more faith in you people than anyone else. I would like to clarify that the saving me was but part of the experiment, but given the urgency, I will forego a more detailed explanation. Looks like we're all caught up then. Good. Now let's share what we know. Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD. Today, intruders attacked the LCE department situated in the basement of HQ. We lost control of the entire LCE facility, save for our current location, and every sector has been neutralized by a single pair of intruders. Any survivor who's conscious enough to communicate properly is already here. After the attack, every containment unit was forcibly unlocked, adding more fuel to the fire. We are beset, I think, by foes on every side. A search for a foothold is a difficult one indeed. Darn, if only these surveillance cameras weren't busted. I'd love to be able to keep track of their whereabouts. As I have repeated many times today, we are attempting to bring back operational status. You speak of restoring a sabotaged power grid like it is a task as simple as wiping one's glasses. More than anything, we need two pieces of information at the present. 1. Who are the attackers? 2. What objective has brought them to the LCE? The man who encountered seems to have a one-track mind, squarely set on killing as ordered. But there are far too many threads that point toward a motivation more complex than infiltrate the facility and slaughter its employees with abandon. Moses' deduction aligned with Otis's. If the assailant's goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, their first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units. The intruders are... Yes, I have enough evidence to at least get a general idea of whom they might be. To elaborate. There's a thumb nurse father who's stalling the red gaze. Then there's a member of the middle who attacked the researchers. And we've seen evidence of the ring's involvement too, given the presence of corpse mannequins. At least 2 or more fingers are involved in this attack. The thumb! The vile cur, the Kurokumu nerves are here? This is quite odd, Lady Moses. Are the fingers not hostile against one another? Those ilk have no business coming within even a sleeve's breadth of each other, save when compelled to attend assemblies such as the Finger Bowwell, where they oft quarreled to no end. Correct, but consider this from the opposite perspective. There must be something of enough importance to the officers of each finger to put aside their differences and work hand in hand. Spiders, or the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders. That's what they're called. And we've just snared ourselves in the web they spun. The fingers rarely ever crossed the line they've drawn between each other. This strange entanglement certainly is a deviation, rather. Nurse fathers, was it? Seems like a terribly meaningful title to me. Then it can be presumed that the House of Spiders is a place to raise something, or someone, to have such high-ranking officers of each finger gather at one place to nurture someone. One might think that it hardly makes any sense, and indeed it doesn't. But what if their purpose itself is just as outrageous? That would, paradoxically, explain how they've come to gather. Ryoshu, is it? You seem to be inexorably tied to that place. IKWYW. She just said, I know what you want. No need. I can understand her abbreviations. But I can't tell you what I know because it's all broken. The place, the memories attached to it, I can see how they've shattered. I don't have to recall everything. All I need to know is what outrageous purpose is. What is it? Me. To forge me into a blade that cuts through all. But I left that place behind. Ryoshu, can you tell us anything more? Shame. Well, that's all I have, Clock. I don't remember much more than that. Even if I did, it's not an easy thing to speak of. Ryoshu let out a that word. I can't say it, apparently. Sigh, just like Moses did earlier, with the long exhalation of someone who clearly craved a puff of smoke. It betrayed the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Ryoshu hasn't been smoky at all since we got here, or maybe since the truck. I did think her sprite looked a bit different. I couldn't put my finger on why, but yeah, no, the cigarette's missing. Clock, like she said, and like what you've seen, mind is a mess. I have questions of my own, but the answers elude me. But maybe the pieces can be put together using your hints, the one you gave me earlier. We have to solve this together, this puzzle, or this game of an escape room, Ryoshu muttered placidly. If it is you the House of Spiders want, then I must ask you to entertain this question. Why did they bother attacking the HQ? Oh? As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshu looked in her direction with mild amusement. When you said you left the House of Spiders, I presume you meant you escaped it. Members of different fingers are hardly the kind of people to fraternize even on a good day, but this alliance of sort they call the House of Spiders has persisted even after your departure. At a glance, it may only appear that they were simply waiting for your return. But given their behavior today, they don't strike me as a particularly patient group as a whole. In other words, I find it suspicious that they decide to act now. If they were desperate, they would have made a move a long time ago. This leads me to believe that they were waiting for the right time. Whichever is their motive, Ryoshu, whatever it is, getting you back or doing something else, the fact remains that they have chosen this particular moment to act. Interesting. The nurse father of the House of Spiders we encountered. She made way for us so Ryoshu could come to the HQ research facility. She harbored such intense and complicated feelings for Ryoshu, but I don't think I got any sense that she was trying to kill or take Ryoshu with her. But she said that the nurse fathers were waiting for me here. Clearly they're here to see me, weirdo detective. Alright, hey, what the hell's your problem? Be calm, please. It is best that we do not interrupt their conversation. In intense dialogue shall they find and draw out the answer. Let us not dare stem this course. It's a fair assumption that the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders have attacked this place to provoke you. However, I can't seem to shake the thought that they must have a distinct objective. If they were indeed after Ryoshu and only Ryoshu, then choosing this specific time and place hardly seems to serve that purpose. The intervals between each of the sinners are different, but once a sinner's turn ends, another's begins. Every single time, without failure. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu, I believe, without a shred of doubt that it's her turn. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words. Limbus Company, the mirror, the glass window, former L-Corp, distracted ego, encephalon, psychoments, abnormalities, monolith, sinner Ryoshu. I can't think of too many things in the LCE research facility that could be what the House of Spiders is after. By process of elimination, the only reasonable answer that can be deduced is as follows. They're here for the golden bows. So that's how it is. Moses is right. It's become very important to us to look into Ryoshu's past. To reach in and see what lies there, but LCB's goal, its journeys, and its stories have always been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the golden bows. Hohenheim, where are the golden bows in this facility located? The manager would like to know the location of the golden bows. It's at a laboratory in this facility. Hohenheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hands on my head. Very well, I suppose there's no way around sharing the contents of our presentation. Hohenheim's answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh. It was a presentation regarding our progress in the golden bow experimentation. And the limited group of individuals with the clearance to access the contents of that presentation does not include members of the LCB. Oi! Aren't we the ones risking our necks out there to collect the bows? How come we're not allowed to? I am not the one who decides the scope of our security. Hohenheim, your concern is understandable. The company maintains tight control over any information regarding the golden bows. There is no way to know, at this moment, what the consequences of leaking this information without the company's explicit consent might be. If the worst comes to the worst, we may even be subject to a memory wipe procedure. Unbelievable. We're stalled by some red tape and exigent circumstance like this. What do you expect from the company practically built on secrecy and suspicion? Anyway, assuming the risk of divulging this information understood and accepted by all parties present, let me get straight to the point. The golden bows, we were experimenting with grafting received bows to one another. Grafting the bows. Then, was the purpose to combine the bows to form a singular tree? Nothing slips by a fellow researcher, I suppose. Correct. We are incubating the golden bows under very special environment to create a sapling. We haven't yet managed to graft them together into a proper tree, no, but that horizon is in sight. Today was the day that we were to share the successes of the experiment with certain major characters and teams within the company. Until this happened. The golden bows are at the laboratory, Then we have to get to the laboratory before they do and secure the golden bows. But we can't just waltz on out of our hole when the whole place might be crawling with enemies, right? Is there any way we could get in touch with HQ right now? Did HQ even receive your support request? We did send a rescue signal to HQ about an hour ago, but we have no way of knowing whether it was received. The attackers destroyed all our outgoing transmitters earlier. As long as they received a signal, any signal, it shouldn't take long before they realize that LCE is under attack by an overwhelming force. Assuming that the LCA has sent support units, do we have an estimate on how long that might take for them to arrive? Even if they have to navigate around inaccessible passages currently present in the facility, it should be no more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Then they should have been here already. They have either failed to receive the transmission, or the power outage has trapped the reinforcements in the elevators. Yeah, if it wasn't for Miss Sod bringing us up to speed, you wouldn't have thought of using the back door to come straight into the facility. If such is the case, then we need to reboot the power divider in the facility management room. Hey, Mr. Big Brain, if we restore the department from a shutdown state, we gotta take out all the distortions and abnormalities sauntering about, right? In order to perfectly restore the facility, yes. This place has been designed to be quarantined from every other department, if even a single abnormality has escaped into the hallways. No use sitting around putting your heads together then, right? Hey, if you guys are scared of some abnormality or distortion, leave it to us. We'll kick their butts. Nobody said they're scared. I'm just saying, we could benefit from practicing a bit of caution. It would be wise to prioritize restoring the power to the facility. It seems that these attackers are making effective use of the dark. I see. Executive Manager, I'm of the opinion that we must split our forces in order to facilitate our operation, given the urgency of the situation. The situation looks rather pressing for us to sit here and waste time debating what to tackle first. Once I nodded in agreement, Otis quickly took control of the situation. Listen up, men. We prepare for two things: reconnaissance and extraction. Huh? Extraction? You mean escape? Assuming that the LCA's support will arrive, it would serve us best to move in tandem with them to improve our chances of launching a joint attack with numerical advantage over our enemies. Also, we have to stay mobile. We've held this position too long. Our enemies will methodically kill and comb through the entire facility until they find what they're looking for. The more we remain stationary, the more likely we are to encounter them. That will only elevate the risk of total obliteration. Makes sense. Besides, the others here aren't like us. Once they get killed, it's over for them. Another thing, don't forget that we have to reach the golden bows before our enemies do. Whichever we end up prioritizing, that won't get done by staying holed up here. Very well then. If we are to leave this place at the same time, where should we prioritize? We have many pressing tasks, as you explained: golden bow retrieval, facility power restoration. But the facility management room to restore the power to the facility, the laboratory, and the area within the damaged circuitry are all located far from each other. We divide and conquer. Securing the golden bow, restoring power, and suppressing abnormalities to clear a path for the reinforcements. They're all equally important and must be resolved concomitantly. And to do so, we must split up into squads based on our expertise. Yeah, alrighty. We work better as a separate unit anyway. The LCB will be in charge of securing the golden bow, as our executive manager here has the ability to detect it when they're in proximity of them. Oh, kind of like a metal detector? How dare you compare the executive manager to a... I'll let that one slide, given the urgency. Anyway, we would like to leave abnormality, distortion, and pectula suppression to the LCD. Gotcha! That's totally our bread and butter. How many difficult abnormalities or distortions did you have contained in this facility? Combatants of your prowess should have no trouble suppressing most of them, save for 2. However, that might pose some trouble. Take these micro-communicators with you. You can use these to communicate between laboratories. While it has limited range, it should be useful enough for relaying the suppression tactic for each entity you come across. Perfect. We've secured a means of communication. As for restoring power to the facility, I would like to designate that task to the LCE personnel here. I presume you have best acquainted with the layout facility for us? A reasonable choice. The layout of the facility is more complicated than it might have first appeared to you. That is indeed one way to describe the abysmal cable management. Please consider it but a representation of the etoscopic escalation phenomenon. Despite the way it looks, the setup is quite stable. Martin gave a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed them to each of us. Very well. Don't forget to keep each other updated. The acrid stench of smoke I'd rather leave buried in the past keeps coming back. Goodness, that was a long story bit. Just kept going. Okie dokie. We're still going? I thought that would be the note we leave on. Meh. I'm tired. I want to go inside and have food. Come on. Don't forget, the golden bows are kept within the preservation container. Take extra care when you handle it. Okay, we're working our butts off to retrieve those shiny twigs too. You know enough about their worth to not throw them around willy-nilly. Gerger's comment did nothing to deter Hohenheim, who was began voicing his warning again and again. Alright, lab's that way, and the facility management room is... Ezra was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses, while others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows. What was that? Oh, there's a wall dropping down. Hey, watch out, you guys! The corridor was thrown into complete chaos. Sinclair, this way! Huh? I can't, it's too far! Is everyone alright? It would seem that the quarantine system designed for abnormality containment breaches has been activated. Rousseau, who had been standing close by, replied in a monotonous voice. Just as he said, when I looked around, that was close. That nearly flattened us all into pancakes. We were but a breath away from disaster. Shabby thing. What a WOT. Just when I didn't think it'd get any worse, it did. Waste of time. Where's Ryoshu, by the way? Manager Esquire, where art thou? Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall. Hey, I think this is the first time we've ever been so completely separated from Dante. We can't even afford to get hurt. I don't see any abnormalities around. Now they've taken over the security wall controls too. They've effectively forced us to split up. Not to worry, Executive Manager. This is only a small setback. Allow me to assume command of this unit for the time being. Hello? That's the first thing you're worried about? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Dante? This has grown to be quite the predicament. Hohenheim let out a heavy sigh. Are you alright, team leader? I am. At least there are no injured among us. After all that planning, we ended up getting separated into completely random teams. Let's first check who we have on each side. Okay, it's me, Rousseau, Gregor, and Yiseng here. Also Ryoshu. We've got the detective, Miss Engdu, and me over here, and Ishmael, Radia, and me. Otis too. As for us, Martin, the assistant, LCE team members, and the rest. The rest? Of whom speakest thou? It is a phrase used by individuals who find it expressly difficult to acknowledge their betters. Me, Don Quixote, and Faust. There was no chance I could get the security wall out of the way, even with our combined effort. The master keycard doesn't work either. It should be able to override the lockdown, but even the LCE wasn't having any luck on their side. There has to be a minor deviation, but it can't be helped. Advanced according to plan. This unit, the LCD included, will neutralize any hostiles within the facility, one threat at a time. We'll assist you in finding the trail as soon as we're done repairing the security cameras. Acknowledged. The LCE and Hohenheim's team will secure the facility management room and prioritize restoring power. As for the executive manager's team, proceed to the laboratory for the golden bow retrieval. Figures I'd end up on the team doing the fighting. What a pain. Alrighty, off we go. I'll take the lead. The rest of you, follow me. And with that, Otis and the LC team's footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side. We should get moving too. Although I think just Martin and the assistant here will be enough to restore power to the facility. Management room. There seems to be a lack of proper structure in the generation and distribution of the electricity here. It is regrettable that the facility lacks a backup mechanism to handle unforeseen emergencies of this sort. With the breadth of my responsibilities, it's only natural that I would be too busy to be responsible for the facility's design. However, when viewed independently, the structure of the laboratory itself is... Fret thyself not over such trifling matter, young Heathcliff. He's right. With three of us together, we'll be able to overcome whatever obstacle that gets in our way. Probably. The voices of Hohenheim and the other sinners also slipped further away into the background. Should we get a move on too? Let us know if you see Golden Bow, Manager Bud. Okay. The two smokers of the group ended up on the same team. What are the odds? I'll never know the other... I'll never know how the others managed to pull through these working conditions without taking a puff. There was a time when I partook, but I could not find any reason to maintain the habit. Oh, there was? What did you smoke? Most things that fell under the category of cigarette. Huh, after a whole year of watching you never walk out of line, I pegged you as one of the hell of a straight-laced fella. I partook in both categories of activities, those generally accepted as right, and those generally accepted as wrong. During my time among the old League of Nine literatures, I once had an opportunity to engage in a few hits of substance at the behest of my fellows. That was the one and only time. Everyone burst into laughter, though I found no enjoyment in smoking myself. It's always the case for first-timers. Excuse me. Must have been pretty intense, huh? Excuse me. What about you, Miss Ryoshu? When did you first start smoking cigarettes? Every pair of eyes searched Ryoshu's face, but she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any signs of unease or anxiety. What we saw on her face was one of inexplicable exhilaration, thrill. It was as strange as may seem, a fury chilling to the narrows. Beats me? I've always been surrounded by cigarette smoke ever since I was a brat. Wouldn't have guessed it any other way. It's your turn this time, isn't it? Yeah, so damn obvious that it makes me scoff. How do you feel, Miss Ryoshu? To be faced with the past that stands before you. Simple. It's exciting. All that waiting finally paid off. I notice you haven't smoked one since the whole thing began, Ryoshu. Right. Trying to get used to staying off it. Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck. Red gaze! Never thought you of all people would have one. Funny, isn't it? The mighty and powerful red gaze loses this tiny little bundle of liberty from his clutch, and he's suddenly too scared to swing his sword right. Not that I don't understand. To have an unwanted burden you can't even push aside or kill off shoved into your care. I know that's like all too well. Well, I suppose I did want the little thing back then, but never expected her to be such a nuisance. Lucio's been digging around. It looks like you don't have any connection whatsoever to this half-pint here. Could it be you've got a specific use for her? It's plain that you need her for something. Explains why you're letting that deadweight tag along. Perhaps she's my ticket. Or textbook over there? Pain in the ass you'd much rather kill off, but can't because you need to make the future you long for come true. We sure have a lot in common, don't we? You. I know why you're provoking me with that pointless rambling. Your friends out there are on a mission. You're making sure I don't get in their way till you get till you get the all clear. However, just because my sword isn't cleaving across your throat, doesn't mean I won't collect your little lackey's head. Keep that in mind. This should be interesting. Do your worst. I'm curious to see how long the textbook I so painstakingly crafted for my ticket would last against a color fixture, don't you? Okay. Now we got a battle. At the very least, I'm assuming this will probably wrap up by level 16. I think level 16 would be the last thing. If it isn't, I don't even know, man. Yikes. I can't even use most of my characters. That's annoying. Especially since I'm stuck with Gregor. Gregor just isn't very good. I think I'll go Fire Fist just because they roll the highest. Level them up first. I could equip. Oh yeah. What? Alright, looks like this is what we're going with. The battle. Not great, but we'll make do. We keep running into these mannequins. Are they made by those nurse fathers? Yes. To be more specific, it's the ring nurse father. Corporism, an art movement that utilizes an interaction between human bones and muscles. The contraction and elongation thereof, with a splash of cubist technique, it seems. Nasty. Observe closer. Do you see them? Writhings carved into their bodies. These corpses were engraved with a wild scrawl of a message carved with a blade. They began shuffling at us in that uncanny rhythm, entirely devoid of any semblance of will. Dearest daughter of ours, please pay close attention to the way the line curves. From whips, we can make blades keener than any sword. From femurs, we can make bludgeons sturdier than any mace. The thoracic cage has taken its proposing yet hardly shaped an arch to keep the heart and lungs from harm. Preserve this natural beauty of the human corpse and do not infringe upon its primeval, precise value. That is the reverence which we act the creation must be handled, just as musicians handle a priceless instrument. Touch it if you will. Your fingertips feel the contour of the blade along the grains of musculature, its tendons and sinews. The bones of the one most desperate for life have become a blade most fit to reap it. Indeed it has, hasn't it? I knew from the fathoms of my heart that I could appreciate such value in this piece, Yoshide. The care put into this piece I have so painstakingly birthed into the world is greater than that of any work of mine. Excuse me. The smallest fracture in imbalance would instantly render it useless. Oh, this piece is complete, dearest Yoshide. Would you like to wield it? I will. Never got to finish that precious piece he'd always ramble on about, did he? Ryoshi muttered to herself. Battle! Honestly, oh. Okay, one of them's been pink ribboned. Okay. A regular old battle, so we're... I have to just go for it, I guess. At least I get a break from handling the whole prescript issue. Oh, and we'll get more over time. That's good. Alright. So far, so good. At the very least, we're not losing. Hey, hey, hey. I'm not happy with how this is going, to be honest. We already got someone staggered. I mean, it's hardly good. Oh, the same. It's kind of just how it is. Okay. I can win this clash. That's good. We're kind of covering for staggered, which is helpful. I don't know. I'm just kind of hoping at this point. Luckily, battle levels tend to be on the shorter side. So we can relax a little. Staggered, nice. Works. Dead. Good. More? Yep. How many are we dealing with? 8 total. So we killed 1. We need to kill another 7. Okay, not too hard. We can do that. We can definitely do that, especially if we start getting more coins. That is the main thing. Okay, come on. No, come on! I'm gonna kill him at this rate. Like, buddy, I leveled you up so we could be here. Like, I did enough, right? Yeah. I'm terrible. Who better? Gregor! Finally won a clash. Regardless. Oh no. Bad, not bad. The last of them. Kill these few and we'll be fine. That'll work. At the very least, we won't be faced with the dungeon until towards the end. But it's definitely going to be a longer stream, because we're already approaching 4 hours. Makes me all the more glad I started this early, because goodness. Honestly, didn't think we'd still be going. Then again, I should know better. It's Limbus company. These things always go on a while. Another one dead. Just kill him at this point. I think we're fine. Nothing to worry about. All things considered, anyway. Nice. Hey, I think somehow he's gonna barely live this. Got a bit close for my liking, but if it works, it works. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, another stage. Probably more of the... Oh, I need to use a box. Hold on. That's fine. That's what I have them for. We are finishing the third today. I'm not stopping until it's over. Okay. Not off to a good start for Ryoshu here. I'm just gonna have you evade so you don't actually take on that clashable counter. We'll just leave it alone. Oh, really? That's not helping. Neutral. These are not great. I guess we'll see in the end. Maybe I should have checked to see like when part 1 ended for the last chapter. Because it's occurring to me it's probably uneven because of the dungeon. I wasn't really thinking about that in the moment, but that's mostly because I don't really think about the dungeon much. I don't know, it's not usually that important. Nice. Also good. Okay, making progress. Slow progress, but nonetheless progress. Who knows? Nice. New sets? Is it just 8 again? No, it's 9. That does change things. Not by much, but nonetheless. Turn new things to... Still, they should be going down soon enough. Who knows, though, in the end? Who knows? I certainly don't. Nice. Phew. Nice. Just these last few left. Honestly, I think at this point we just go win rate. We're close enough that I don't think we need to do much. Go for it. Oh well. That could have been good damage, but whatevs. I mean, still staggered him, so something. Man, I look forward to finishing up stream and just I can go inside to eat. That'll be amazing. Because I haven't had dinner yet. It's like 9:30. I had a snack before I started, but still, that was a snack. Not a full meal. Goodness. I'm gonna be tired after this, man. I still gotta get through New Year's. Okay, nice. Let me go back to the previous chapter so we can see how long Area 1 was for that one. Oh my god, ended at level 19! I have so much to get through! No! Oh, that's rough. Goodness. I thought it was almost there. But if they've been getting longer each time, it's just... Ugh. We're already on level 16 though, so we're gonna keep going. Gotta push through. More story! Forgot how long these go. The elevator up ahead is operational. I can see the light of the elevator beyond the lockdown door. Power has returned to the elevator. It can only mean that Hohenheim has arrived at the facility management room. Ah, then... Hey! Once the elevator doors opened, LCAHs began pouring into the facility in perfect order. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation to their movements, as though it was drilled into them through countless rehearsals. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition, I could tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. I began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle we faced with ease. Goodness, they are quite a sight. LCA's Special Operations Unit, was it? He sure know how to clear a room. Testing, come in. Oi, give me that. Oi, you alright, mate? What the heck? There's no need to shout into the mic, Heathcliff. We can hear you just fine. Apologies. My assistant's temperament leans on the more impatient side. Senator Otis's conjecture is correct. After arriving at the facility management room, we have been observing the hallways through the device here. The video feed's quality, well, it leaves much to be desired, but the LCA has arrived at the sector. Can confirm on this end as well. We have a visual on the LCA units past the lockdown shutters. But all I've managed so far is to remove one security wall in your path. It has nothing to do with restoring the internal elevators leading to the other departments. Whichever may be the case, this does mean that the wounded cannot be transported to safety? Not quite. While they managed to send the LCA down here via unknown means, the entire facility has to be restored in order to return upstairs. It is indeed a relief. However, it seems that the agents have been deployed to each sector. They should be able to secure the rest of the survivors. Though I've never been one to be interested in the art of killing and battling, particularly those without even a tangential relation to research. I have heard that the rather formidable combat force, even by the standards of the city as a whole. Eyes forward. The lights flickered and... Oh. Okay. 3 LCA agents who are advancing while covering the squad of their... in front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. That didn't take long. I didn't think things were gonna get better. That'd be too easy. Goodness. Like a broken lamp, the lights past the security wall continued to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift to a different shape. At first, the shadow stretched into the sharp tip of a pick. Then, after several more flickers, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Radia's own. Judging by their appearance and gear, it's likely that the LCA's reconnaissance specialized unit. Most likely in the same vein as the team that arrived at the monolith retrieval mission. Recon team or not, how did the intruder manage to wipe out such a well-trained team on his own? Hohenheim, do you hear us? Indeed. Was the LCA taking care of the situation already on your end? You mustn't step foot out into the hallway. Why might that be? Ah, I've just watched the LCA agents take down an abnormality with quite impressive precision. To suppress such a tricky entity in mere minutes. Fascinating. This calls for an additional comment on the observation log. The LCA reinforcement sent to our sector. They're all dead. What? Were this battle fought in an open field, the LCA's reconnaissance team alone should have sufficed to avoid defeat. However, this is what happens to prey who forget they've been snared in the spider's web. They'll never fight on even ground, always drawing their prey to locations where they have the absolute advantage. They wouldn't have lost in an open field, you say? Meaningless to speculate over what'll never happen. Look, his prey endured their demise by walking into its hunting ground. What Alyssa had described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. Relaxed but discipled gait. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us, his sharp dress shoes lazily clapping against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Light dances across the glossy surface of his white mask. He returned to smile in response to Roshu's furious wrath. Then, his lips part, soundlessly mouthing a sentence, word by word. Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go? Hey, sweetheart, how did your training go? Same old. Dull and boring. Dad, the wound on your arm, did you do that to yourself? Ah, yes, I had to stab my opponent with a knife 38 times through my own arm. 20th stab was where I really began to hurt. They say that the pain of burning hurts at least 100 times worse than the pain of getting stabbed. Did you know that? So when you have to take care of someone, I hope you won't use fire. Lest their death be slow, and their dying breath curses your name on their long descent into hell. Don't they deserve to watch their lives flash before their eyes in relative peace? Okay. Come closer. You've got a scratch on your cheek. It happened during Valentina's class, didn't it? Her methods are simply too violent. She's the kind of teacher who uses the number of scars as a measure of training intensity as effectiveness. Let's take good care of that wound so it doesn't scar, okay? Whatever. If what LCE has told us in the transmission is true, then the executive manager is in danger. Just as concerned as you are, Otis, but we're not exactly out of the woods yet either. The security camera feed's working again? Yeah, look, it's pointing in front of the door, but come see, if my memory fails me not, then this man's attire suggests he is the middle? Yep, that is very much the middle right there. I guess now we know what happened to the LCA in the other sector. Eesh, this guy's practically tearing people apart. Is he shouting something? Can't quite hear through the feed. Yoshide. He's shouting Yoshide, repeatedly so. As he fills the silence between them with a boisterous guffaw. Face split into a wide grin, body convulsing with laughter. What joy does this madman find in this carnage? Yeah, that's an insanely powerful kick. Flung the guy all the way to the other end of the hallway. Footage pretty blurry, but do you think he's got a prosthetic leg? Maybe not. I guess a leg covered completely in augmentation tattoos would look something like that. Oh, are you looking at Papa's mighty bear paw? That's bad. Who the heck are you? Who am I? Hi, I'm Kira. Covert approach, men, battle positions. Oh, you guys got it all wrong. You're watching my papa work, aren't you? Don't mind me, okay? I'm not gonna pick a fight with you guys. I'll just hang around here while you guys get the important stuff done. Carry on and watch him work. Your papa, so that guy's your dad? Uh-huh. Isn't he like super badass? Yo, did you guys see that? Gosh, the tech's straight up fire, so dope. Oh, I've been trying to recreate that myself, but it's just not the same, you know? What's he doing that? Totally folded that guy up and tossed him like a baseball all the way to the other end of the hallway. Treat a massacre as if it's no different from a game or sport. What a contemplatable scoundrel you make. Oh, so you're into that kind of character, huh? Thick? I'm a huge fan of him too. Did you read the latest issue of the Cloudburst Blade? There's this new character who talks just like you do. Like, lifting his bamboo hat, he goes... Wait, you don't know the Cloudburst Blade? Aw man, I've been trying to sell it to everyone I know, but no one's interested. One of them's obsessed with training all day, one of them talks with their sword all day, one of them just wanders all over the place all day. The other one, you know what she said? I think the story indulges in far too many logical fallacies. What the heck kind of book review is that? Like, bro, who wastes time nitpicking about what makes sense and what doesn't when reading a comic book? Gosh. I don't think I'd ever vibe with that girl. God, imagine if we gotta fight those guys. Ooh. No. Just no. Just no. Anywho, has anyone here actually read the Cloudburst Blade? If you did, well, if I may have but 4 hours of your time, good sir. Enough. If you thought you could distract us with your nonsensical prattling, think again. Otis, I don't see how the middle nurse father on the feed anymore. If she's his, apprentice, then... Hey kiddo, what are you doing all the way out here? Haven't I asked for you not to wander too far? Right. No more transmissions. They've all gone quiet. Hark, young Ishmael, young Otis. Wherefore doth thou respond? It's bad. We don't even have the manager with us. We're all in the dark. You must haste. Yeah. We must make haste to restore the facility to its operational capacity. The sooner we obtain access to the security wall controls, the sooner we can coordinate with each other. As luck would have it, we were soon able to locate one of the pieces of circuitry in the room. These remains. The ring has made its mark here. Boy, don't force yourself to look so hard at them. No, disgust as an emotion holds very little sway over me. It's just that, boss, don't look at their faces and try and tell who's who. Right, lost my focus for a moment there. Let's carry on. What? Is there anything you wish to say to me? This is highly irregular, but it seems that Faust also expresses agreement with Hohenheim. Agree with what? That we must restore the facility with as much haste as we can employ. Goodness gracious. That's a lot. Nurse fathers. Ah. At least we have 10 turns, so that makes me feel a little more reassured, but... I don't know. Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage greeting Ryosha on the other side of the security wall, we had no other choice but to make our way toward the lab. Miss Ryoshu, perhaps this question of mine is one you might not wish to grace with an answer, and if it indeed is, do feel free to let it float past. But what is your connection to these so-called nurse fathers? The relationship with them does not seem to have been brewed in mere bad blood. And in the change in your counter stance I sensed, A flash is something almost imperceptible. I haven't put all the pieces together just yet, but they were nurse fathers. My fathers who forged the sword that I am. Sounds about right. Okay, so it's just based on the story. We're still fighting these days. Good. Oh, that's reassuring. That said, I don't have a great team for this because I have not invested much in Gregorites. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, you lost his splash. I'm not shocked, but not fun. Struggling. Favored. We're gonna hope. Regardless, we should be able to win this. We just need to get the sanity up. Okay, that's not what I was expecting to... Oh, hold on. Nope, never mind. I was gonna say, I wasn't expecting to lose that one, I'll be honest. Not ideal. Oh my goodness. We're actually losing a lot here. Yep, that's... Okay, bad start. Very bad start. I think we're fine still. Just gotta be careful, I guess. Jeez, though. Okay, next up. I think we're fine. Gotta play carefully and get through this. All we really can do in the end. It's going semi-well, I'd say. Not particularly feeling stressed yet. I don't know. I really don't. Okay, new set. Through one so far, but it should start speeding up now. Hopefully. If it doesn't, pain. Lots of pain. Goodness. At this point, I'm honestly just tired, so I think we're close to the end, and I can start wrapping up. Maybe not immediately this second, but soon. At least got the stagger off. 2 out of 9. Okay. I don't know. Results have been a bit mixed today. I find it ironic that one of the harder levels was way early in this whole thing. That and the battle with, the one abnormality. I forget their name offhand. But they also gave me quite a bit of problems. Thank goodness. Still, works. It works. Staggered. Nice. damage in there. Take it. Another one staggered. And nice! Hopeless. Throw in an ego so we can get some good damage in. I think at this point we just finish them off. I don't think they have anything at this point that's going to outdo us. And again, who knows? The myth, that was not convenient, but wasn't worse. Another one down! Getting close on some of these. Nice. Good. That's a win. Phew! Is this back to story, or is it going to end the level? Okay. That's fine. We're already on 18. Which... Oh, no! No! Oh, I hate it when the EX objective is just clearing the stage. That's a terrible sign. Oh, no. We are so screwed. Looks like we're here. It's the lab. The LCD and LCE haven't reached out again since the last transmission. I can only hope that no misfortune befell them. Hey, Manager Bud, you picking up on anything? I mean the golden bow, if those people got to it before us. Not yet. I don't think they did. Still there. Is that right? I guess we should be glad we have a chance. Gregor mumbled on his gloomy tone. Owenheim will be relieved to hear this. We stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. If the assailants were indeed after the golden bow, what could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my own thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu? There's a stench coming from up ahead. Sickeningly familiar one. Even in the cloying darkness of the unlit lab, Ryoshu seemed to notice something out of place. You smell something? I don't smell anything other than your sick... Oh, yeah. You've not been smoking for a hot minute. Only silence welcomed us in the lab. We couldn't hear any breathing, but there it was, without a doubt. The stink of cigarettes and a chilling, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put our fingers on. Oh, boy. When I left that place, I remember feeling a strong contempt for someone. It'd have to have been... Ryoshu started muttering as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though. It seemed as though she was wading through a bog of mutated memories, to cling to her emotions in that moment. Louis Star, you... All along, you wanted to make me suffer to the bitter end, haven't you? What audacity! You think I'm the one making you suffer, Yoshide. You realize that you've always been one obstacle in my life, don't you? This is the only way for us to get even. Yoshide, it never stops. Down to the fetter around my feet, rested and heavy, how it clinks and rattles. In that vision of the past, Ryoshu raised her sword in an agonizingly slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. White blade of such unfeeling purity, void of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. In the split second, I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Ryoshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. Gah! Ryoshu pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. Flat. The figure coughed out a thick gob of blood as a piece of her sliced tongue. Ugh. Ah. That's a vision. But she spat out more than just the bloody chunk of flesh. The guffaw hacked away at her mouth. Triumphant laughter of one who had just seized the victory of one's life. The deep, ragged breath, Ryoshu let the sword fall from her grip. She stood rooted to the spot, staring at the flailing figure with a look of pure confusion. ISOTPITA. Insidious stench of the past in the air. Right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes. Vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Oddly glitchy. Don't know what to make of that. Her hand slowly brushing past the lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut off. Like a lone watchman who'd been keeping a vigil, awaiting our arrival. The mouth that had lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips. Because of my 5 fathers, I had to leave behind such a single, most important thing in this world. And that is why I must take it back. So happy to see you again, Ryoshu. I mean it. Such were the words my master bade me to relay. The Pinky Nurse Father. As for my master, expects naught but an insignificant self. I am but a blade rusting amid the quiet turn of nature, doomed to ever endure the dullness of today and the emptiness of morrows. And therein, owing to your pursuit of the spider's thread, I am once again granted a chance to carry out my master's will. Another talker. Piss off! As her apprentice approached us, Ryoshu's nurse father slowly stepped away, toward where the container of golden bows lay nested, emanating a soft glow. The preparations are complete. I trust you have not forgotten the plan. Where the nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. What the? The armament looks a little too crude to be a piece of gear imbued with advanced technology. It looks akin to a torture device that I'd previously seen in the basement of Sinclair's home. No flesh, no blood, no bones to show, and a fight. For an artwork meant for my eyes, its aesthetics are lacking in class. Keeping your mouth shut even in a moment like this. Did he not teach you there's no beauty to be found in it? I want him here. Where is the ring nurse father? The armored figure answered Ryoshu's question with a swing of their huge sword. We need to take care of this quick and track down the golden bow. Let's fend them all off. You're starting to pick up on the rudiments of aesthetics, Clock. Watch as I demonstrate the meaning of AOS. Goodness. Alright then. I suspect this will be where it ends. Only one wave, huh? Interestingly, you're all evades, flashable guards, and a counter. I think we'll go like so. And we won't bother hitting the evades if we can help it. I don't think it'll work. In fact, actually just offset them, I guess. We'll see. I don't think it'll work, but it's worth a try. And the fact that I'm stuck with just 4 characters is a lot. Like, it doesn't normally matter, but here it very much does. Okay, you have a lot of shield. Let's get to reading your passives. His poise potency is capped to 25, and the excess of poise will be converted into Moonlit Azure Blade. Turn start, gain 5 shield for every stack. Deal 1% damage for every critical hit for every stack. Lose 1 stack when hit. Lovely. You have a lot already. Okay. I definitely want to do that. Admittedly, my layout might not be the best for this. We will see. That should work. Ah, come on, Gregor! Like, people, you need this to work out. I'm gonna level with you. Losing is not helping. Okay, already pretty good. That's less good, but not surprising. Okay, that's the dominating. That's good. We didn't get through the shield at all. Still, we have less Moonlit Azure Blade now. It's nice. Going to gain more. I get how this works. Okay. I can do that. That's favored. It's gonna win, but I want it to win. Nice. Yeah! Gomer soap. We're slowly building sanity. That's good. That's exactly what we need. Okay, you evaded some of it, but not all of it. As we deplete this, we should get better. Okay, this is a big attack. Get charge? 10. 10 enough? Yes. So I can easily beat that. Otherwise... go like so, I think. Okay. That'll hopefully make that less powerful. 40 damage, okay. Not terrible. Got some of it back. Evaded, sadly. Nice! Good job, Gregor! Slowly that shield's going down. Slowly. Okay, 2 Clashables. We're gonna want to get those. Could be fine. Can do that in case it makes a difference, but I don't know. Nice. Yep, she uses them. Good to see it. Okay, so far this actually isn't too hard, but I don't want to eat those words, so I'm not going to get too confident. I don't know if anything actually happens when we bust down the shield. Ooh, oh. Oh, okay. Now there's 2. Sorry I'm late. The Sisha's a sleepyhead. Oh, there's 2 of them. Fantastic. I thought it seemed a bit easy. Oh, what is that? Unique charge, I see. Attack rattled armor. Okay. If you get 2 corpus ingredients, okay. Okay, that's gonna be tricky. We have a lot of moves now, though, so that's good. That should be fine. And again, in case, I can just have you attack her. Ooh. Yeah, no, we want to keep attacking her to a minimum then. Or whoever's in the armor, at least. It is kind of tricky, kind of not. I don't know yet. There's definitely aspects of it that make it harder, but they're also not the worst. So it's hard for me to judge. Okay, we're doing some good damage to the shield. That's nice. 3 damage. Okay, so not bad. Fortunately, I don't have Faust or anything, so I couldn't bring, like, healing of any sort. Kinda just stuck with what we got. Okay, we did some damage. I like to see it. Actually, it's lower than I'd like. They're also bad skills. I don't like these. Feel like so. Probably do some good damage to you that way. Okay. Nope. That didn't go to plan. Ugh. Oh, bro, she's not dead. Oh, okay. I hesitate. I made a pretty big error there. Okay, built different. You won. I wasn't going for you to win, but sure. Nice. That's not good. Okay. Guessing it was this. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Oh, what's that? I can. Lovely. Yeah, I can't well let that go off. It's also unbreakable, so I shouldn't have Ryoshi deal with it either. Man! Can clash with this skill regardless of speed. Plus 1% damage for every amount of that. So 8% less damage, and it cannot stagger the target. Oh, that's not good either. Okay. I think generally we want to stagger them before they can use it, but I don't know how feasible that is. That rolls 30. That's a scary one. You can get a favored one in there. That should help. Everyone else, I guess, just attack. You can hopefully deal enough damage that you end up staggered. I don't actually have to clash that, but I don't know. It is also incredibly risky to just ignore it. Got some ego this turn, just to be sure, because frankly, all of this is bad. Oh, I am royally screwed myself over. Okay, we're past the shield. I don't think we're gonna do enough damage, though. I'll be honest. And even with that depower, that still did quite a bit. We'll see. Oh, okay, we're fine. Good. I was worried for a sec, but we're fine. Okay, you're staggered. Ah! Stagger got rid of you. Nice. That's actually kind of the break I needed. Okay. Let's do this. Something to do with this too. Probably that. Okay. I have some hope again. The bleed isn't nice, but what you gonna do? Can't get rid of the stuff. Is oh, I guess in hindsight I should have just let you do it because yeah, you need sanity. I mean, one clash for Ryoshu makes sense, but past that it was a bit much. Okay, yeah. Don't want to get hit by the unbreakables. Sure. You need sanity, so clash that. And that should work. That should all be fine. I think we have this. If I'm not mistaken. I definitely feel the tension. I don't know, I guess we'll see in the end. you're weak to blunt. That's nice. So my other character has a purpose. Okay, you're staggered. You're also not going away. Good to know. Yeah, just damage. Go. Attack! A long battle. Okay. Wait, no touching Fascia. She's for display only. What is this? Multiply damage from the Iron Maiden Spike's passive by 20. This effect cannot be disabled by offsetting the skill. When hit by attack skills, inflict 1 bleed count against the attacker, yada yada yada. Okay, Iron Maiden Spikes. Base power up. Multiply the damage from the Iron Maiden Spikes passive by 20. Iron Maiden Spikes. This unit isn't staggered, and when hit by the last coin of an attacker, do the following. You'll pierce damage by 20% to the said coin's damage and inflict 2 bleed. Damage from this effect cannot stagger the target. I think that's fine. I'm just gonna go for it. If I regret it, I regret it. Yeah. I don't have regrets, that's for sure. I have made a mistake. Yoshu could safely attack that turn. That damage was a lot more than I realized, I guess. I just assumed because earlier it wasn't doing much, but I don't know. Regardless, we're going to have to end it soon at this point because we are on thin ice. Multi-hit? I can't tell. Regardless, we're going to go with that. Here we go. Already passed that. Good. Oh, something's happening. The mask is dropped. Okay. What now? I can't imagine this is the end. Oh, you're back. Refrain from any deviations from the plan. Has my humble self neglected to impress upon this matter many times? See, Facetious has begun to pulsate. I haven't seen Facetious tremble like this in so long. Why don't you give her some time to chat? Plan involves no outward expression of such selfish desires. A plan that involves only the observation of the warming, reddening flesh while our own heart beats slow. That plan isn't to Facetious' likings. Her tendons have tightened. Yet we must learn to remain tranquil before these common beats if we are to adhere to the wills of those who are our masters. I've always been so curious of the Maestro's child, forever lost. Why not let us at least prepare the banquet? It has become apparent that this glorified executioner does not know her place. Clearly it is about time her branches are pruned. With that, the man who stood in our way leapt toward the pulsating great sword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike. This may be our stroke of fortune. It seems that in the chaos our presence has slipped their minds. Ah, the golden bow! Feeling a dull pain squeezing through the grooves of my mind, I turned toward the spot from which the sensation surged forth. I saw Ryoshu standing there. In her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily have me believe that she would unsheathe the sword from her back at any minute. At the receiving end of that glare was the veiled figure who'd been watching our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshu's wrathful gaze as she did in the fragmented memories. Then she withdrew into the shadows, the darkness slowly eating her away at her shape, before disappearing from our sights. Dante, have you found the golden bows? We must! No. We were too late. I felt the dull pain in my head lift as I pointed at where the veiled person stood. The golden bows that should have been there were gone. What remained in their place were dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind Ryoshu smoked, piled up in a thick layer of dust. Ah. Oh, we got this visual again. Great. Just wanted to see again, you know? Ugh, it's disturbing. That went surprisingly. Yeah, we made it to the end. Thank goodness I can go eat food! This has been fun so far, though. I'm curious to see where it's going to go next. But that all said, I obviously can't proceed as things are now. So with that in mind, thank you all for tuning in. It's always much appreciated. Hope you have a grand rest of your day, night, whatever it happens to be for you. But that is me done. And I'll see you all next time. Ta-ta for now. I'm gonna go enjoy my New Year's. Just an hour and a half before New Year's for myself.